Good morning to all the listeners.
Good on you. Thank
Okay, so shall we go with the toss? Go ahead with the toss.
Heads. We'll have a bet next chance.
Cup, which is happening in Colombo, Sri Lanka this year, and this is one of the group games. All the group games are starting today, and we have England Masters Over-50 taking on the Zimbabwe side at this PUSA.
Good on you. Thank
Okay, so shall we go with the toss? Go ahead with the toss. Uduvana. It's called PUSA Uduvana Sports Academy Grounds. That's the abbreviation. PUSA is the grounds that is having this match. And we had the toss been done a little while ago, and it has been won by Zimbabwe, and they have elected to bat. The two teams were lined up a little while ago for the national anthems of the two countries, and we are just about to start the proceedings now. And joining me today in the commentary box is Tony Wood from England. Good morning to you, Tony.
Good morning, Narlin. Thank you. Yes, I was enjoying the national anthems there. A few little teething problems, but both teams in great voice and good gusto. Have you done a nice little introduction of where we are?
Yeah, I just gave a glimpse of it about the grounds. This is a ground that was constructed with the ICC guidance and ably supported by the great Roshan Mahanama, the former opening batter of Sri Lanka, and he's been the mentor for to get this ground to this shape, is what I understood from the owner of this ground, Mr. PUSA Uduvana. And his plan is there is a 35 acre land for cricket, and on the other side there is also 22 acres of land which is earmarked for the golf course. So it's a kind of a two-way thing, sports kind of enclave that he has looked at doing here. It's about 4 years old, and they're looking at making it going to the international stage in about another 3 years' time, is what I have been made to understand. So the main focus of a ground having in this part of Sri Lanka is to develop the sport to the outskirts of the capital city, and also like the MRF, the management has a plan of getting this out as a cricket academy, so that even the foreign players who wants to develop the game could come here. And so these also a plan where the players who retire from international cricket could come here and become coaches and support the cricket, the game of cricket as a whole.
Wonderful. Well, good morning, listeners and viewers from England as well. And this is round one of the IMC Over-50s World Cup, England versus Zimbabwe. As you may have been told, Zimbabwe have won the toss and elected to bat. There was a little bit of green tinge on the top, but it's very hard. So England won't be too concerned about that, chasing the score. It's very hot and humid here today, Narlin. I don't know what your temp stat is saying, but certainly mid-30s, I would say. I was sweating whilst the national anthems were being carried out, but it's wonderful to come from sort of -3 degrees in the UK to 33 degrees in Sri Lanka.
Absolutely. It's the temperature varies from about 32 to 31 here, and it's a little bit of overcast conditions this morning, but as the day progresses, Tony, humidity. I mean, it's a very quite a humid conditions in this part of Sri Lanka, and that's why you get a lot of moisture when the covers are generally taken off, but we don't see that amount of moisture at the wicket now. But as you rightly mentioned, there's a little bit of grass and the wicket is quite hard. So you have to wait and see as the day progresses. Generally, these wickets become very conducive to spinners.
Right, okay, well that's lovely. And just because I hadn't turned the mic on for England Seniors website, I'll do it again. But it's a very good morning, and we're in Bandaragama at the PUSA Sports Academy ground. It's about an hour's drive from Colombo, a ground that was built by its owner, Pujith Udawana. I believe a great cricket lover, player, an engineer, and an entrepreneur. So as you were saying, looking
Absolutely.
to develop the whole.
Yeah, I mean, his plan is to develop not only the ground as such. There are approximately 55 acres of land connected to this, and 35 acres had been earmarked to develop the cricket ground and the cricket academy, and the rest of 22 acres he has a plan of developing it to a golf course, 18-hole golf course, and 5-star hotel. So later on to get this venue as an international ICC venue, that has been the plan.
Well, it's wonderful vision, wonderful vision. So your commentators today is going to be myself and Narlin. We've got a nice little rota for you so that you don't hear the monotonous tones of myself for the whole game. So we're going to split it up, and hopefully you'll be hearing from Bob Baxter as well from England, Tim Trombus from Zimbabwe. We've also got a nice little guest spot by Hugh Henry, who wrote the 50-50s journal of England's first 50 ODIs in conjunction with Peter Ryder, the England manager. And yeah, we'll take you through the day. Please bear with us. We are volunteers and we're not professional commentators, so little pronunciations on names and a few errors here and there. Bear with us, but we'll try and bring you the action to the best of our ability from this wonderful ground, which is being served, I can see, certainly by 3 cameras, so you should have great vision. First time these two countries have actually played, Narlin.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so should present itself as a good occasion. Now, let's go through the team, shall we?
Yep.
England are going to be led by their captain from Lancashire, David Snellgrove, Charles Eccleston from Essex, Roy Smith from Essex, Nasir Ahmed, who represents Middlesex, Charlie Knightley is at 5 from Essex, Alex Richards, who got some good runs in the warm-up game against Sri Lanka, he's at number 6. Richard Trotman, representing Gloucestershire, is at number 7. Tuan Haji, born in Sri Lanka, who's making his debut in the World Cup, is representing Middlesex from England. Number 9, Nicky Phillips, is representing Durham. Number 10, Sean Cooper, the legend of ODI cricket at over 50s level, who's representing Suffolk. Number 11, Zulfi Butt, who represents Buckinghamshire. And number 12, Marcus Sharp, the Colossus of Lancashire, who is representing Lancashire. And I'll let Narlin go through the Zimbabwe team for you.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. The Zimbabweans, as we know, they won the toss. Their skipper, skippered by Brian Goodwin. You have Richard James, Jimmy White, Jason Oates, Emryn Kwan, Gavin Lindsay, Nalaka Fernando, another Sri Lankan. So we've got a Sri Lankan playing for England and as well as Zimbabwe. Of course, Brian Goodwin is the skipper. Stuart Kaushla, Desh Wagamuri, Malcolm Jones, Greg Parson, and 12th man is Mark Warhorst. So the wicketkeeper is Malcolm Jones. He's number 59. And we are all set. Umpires are out, Tony,
Yes.
for a good match here.
Have you mentioned them, Narlin? But I'm going to pronounce, or try to pronounce their names. It's Saravantakumar Venkateshnan. And my apologies, Sara, for that pronunciation. He's from the USA, representing the USA. And an easier one for me is Peter Williams, who is representing New Zealand. So good luck, gentlemen. Delighted that you're officiating in this ODI. Round one of the IMC Over-50s World Cup. Let's have a quick look at the structure of the tournament, shall we? As I said, it's round one. It's being played, first game today, goes right through to Sunday the 23rd of February. Participating groups, participating teams are in Group A, England, Zimbabwe, New Zealand, UAE, Sri Lanka, USA and Namibia.
That's right.
And in Group B, we've got South Africa, West Indies, Pakistan, Wales, Australia, India and Canada. So that gives you a little bit of a flavour of the two groups, and possibly in your own mind you might have a view on the strengths of those two groups. 18 players are allowed within each squad, and it is 45 overs per side. So England are getting ready to start their 45 overs in the field. Very hot here today, Narlin, so I think the water breaks have been adjusted, haven't they, to 11, is it correct?
Absolutely. 11.
22 and 33.
Yes, 11 hours. So
Every 11, so that gives you a sort of an idea. We're obviously keeping everyone hydrated is absolutely vital in this weather, and dare I say, at this age. There will be 3 power plays. The power plays are at, so the first power play is between 1 and 15. The second power play is between 60 and 30, and the third power play is between 31 and 45 overs. So in the first power play, you can't have any more than 3 fielders outside the 30-yard ring, which you'll see by those white dots or discs on the outfield. The second power play, no more than 4 fielders outside, and in the third power play, no more than 5. There are some restrictions if you don't bowl your 45 overs within the allotted, I think it's now 190 minutes.
Absolutely, 190.
To account for the extra drinks break, and I think that means that you have to bring a player in from the into the ring.
And we have the openers taking their guard: Richard James, number 55, and Jimmy White. And the bowler is
Marcus Sharp is the opening bowler for England. Apologies, I was just going through my notes there, Narlin. Yeah, right arm medium pace bowler. He'll be coming from the far end. We're giving you commentary. We'll call that the commentary end because I'm not entirely sure if the ends have names. No disrespect to them, but we'll stick with the commentary end. So Marcus Sharp represents Lancashire, right arm medium fast. Bowled very well in the opening warm-up game against Sri Lanka. As he comes in, past the umpire, there's a nice little bit of bounce there. No run. So first ball of the 2025 World Cup has been bowled. 2 batsmen, Richard Jarvis, as you was
Richard
introduced,
James. Richard James, right?
and known as Rich, actually lives in England.
That ball,
Bounce there. Just looking to cut that without any success. England have got quite a, I say, traditional field, but only 1 slip and a gully. Look quite close there. They've got a point, an extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and just behind square. And then the fielder that's out on the third man is Sean Cooper.
the wicketkeeper is standing right in front of the pace bowler. So keeper seems to be quite fit, and he's quite happy to keep wickets for the new ball.
Yes, Charlie Knightley. We were watching some of the rugby last night, and England had a fantastic win. So all you rugby lovers out there, wow, that was great. We were watching at about 11 o'clock when we should have probably been tucked up in bed. Charlie's a big rugby fan from Felsted School in Essex, making his first appearance in the 2025 World Cup. That's nicely played to the offside. No run.
So it's bowled into a tight offside field. Obviously, only 3 fielders are allowed outside the circle, and Zimbabwe are yet to open their account. And the batter is Richard James, number 55, facing Sean Cooper. Nicely played there. Ball runs down to the cover point area, deep cover, and as the throw comes in, batters crossed over for a single. First runs coming up for the Zimbabweans.
It's very difficult to see the numbers actually on the red shirts. Are they yellow or are they white? But,
yellow, I think it's yellow. Yellow on a red background. It's a
very
bit tough.
hazy background as well. So
James White.
Jimmy White, or
Jimmy
known
White.
as Jimmy,
Yeah,
lives in
okay.
Lusaka, Zambia.
Jimmy White, yes.
Wife and 2 boys. Cricket hero was Malcolm Marshall, the great West Indies
Okay.
fast bowler. Sadly no longer with us as Sharp comes in. That's nicely off the back foot, and it's caught. So the first wicket goes down for Zimbabwe. I think that was the first ball for...
Jimmy White, yes. That's the first ball he faced. Little late on the back foot there. He was not very sure to go on the front foot or on the back foot. I think he mistimed it, so he played the ball a little too early because he was just shuffling and getting his weight back onto the back foot, right-handed batter, but mistimed straight to mid-off fieldsman.
Yeah, caught by Nasir Ahmed, that was. And I think it took him a little bit by surprise, actually, the bounce, didn't it? Got up quite high and on it.
Yes, that's right. Because this wicket, at the very early stages, Tony will have a ball seaming off the wicket and a little bit of bounce as well, because you have quite a bit of grass there on the surface. And as we speak, it's number 13, Jason Oates, coming in as number 3 with that dismissal.
Known as Oatsy, lives in the UK. So if you're listening, he's got a family, wife Susie, 4 children. Hopefully you're all listening. It's probably early morning. Well, yeah, very early morning actually in the UK. Cricketing hero, you won't be surprised to learn, is Andy Flower, and plays a lot of tennis and national hockey as a schoolboy, and also plays golf for 15. So nice to have a little bit of a potted history of the guys that are playing today. Let's, as we go through that, we'll feed you a little bit more information.
So it's a handicap 15 in golf, is it?
In golf, yeah.
Oh, that's good. So lots of cover drives can be played at the golf course as well. Sometimes,
Yes.
They say that some of the golf coaches, if you want to get your drive straight, play it like a cover drive.
I've always found my golf actually is not that great, having played a lot of cricket. But so the new bowler is Sean Cooper from the commentary end. Bowled very well in the warm-up game against Sri Lanka. Took 2 wickets, was on a hat-trick ball, and unfortunately it wrapped the pads down the leg side. But as he comes in for his first ball of this 2025 World Cup, what a bounce there.
But the wicket-keeper is keeping up to him as well. He's, I can see he's generating a little bit of pace off the track, and that ball short its length. Batter went on the back foot, cuts it to the cover area, picked up directly to the fieldsman there. No run, and Sean Cooper comes in, right arm over.
Nice ball, nice ball. He'll bowl a little bit of late in swing as well to the right-handed Jarvis. Now, interesting fact about Jarvis: he's a former captain of the Cheshire Over-50s. And has been an opening back to the county for 6 years. Still plays Saturday first 11 cricket alongside his sons at Crew Vagrants Cricket Club, if you're listening, in South Cheshire. Welcome from Sri Lanka, and he's also an ECB level 2 coach, so he does a lot of coaching.
That ball, little bit over-pitched. Batter on the front foot drives it firmly to the extra cover, directly to the fieldsman. Fielded well there No run to the total.
Roy Smith is at the cover region there, making his debut in this 2025 World Cup.
These Englishmen, like the Aussies and the some of the Indians, the New Zealanders that I saw, seems to be quite agile and quick off their feet.
That's well bowled. There's a good line and length there. Great start from Cooper here for England, and equally good by Jarvis, just picking the length right. Plenty of time for Zimbabwe. He got 45 overs to manufacture a good score on what looks a very fast outfield.
It's a very fast outfield, and Tony, the watering of this ground with the sprinklers and such, the what we need to kind of highlight, I thought, is whatever the water, that ball, and as we speak, down on the leg stump, played defensively, ball runs down to mid on, no run, and whatever water that gets collected gets into a outside drain and is pumped again to a kind of a reservoir, and that water is pumped back to the grounds. So it's a kind of recycle process.
Great.
That happened. Yep.
Here comes Cooper. That tall action with those sweatbands on his arms, just played down to the third man region. There's Tuan Haji there, who's making his introduction as well, making his debut for England in this World Cup, and for England as well. So he would have been presented with a cap as well.
That comes to the end of Sean Cooper's over. 2 overs gone. The total.
Unfortunately, we don't have the scoreboard working, I don't think, on the far side to the left side of the ground. So we're struggling a little bit for scores and partnerships. So apologies from that side.
1 wicket down for 2 runs, Zimbabwe. So 2 overs gone. 2 tall, fast ball, medium pacers attacking for England. But the wicket keeper, Charlie, is keeping up to them. Looking at getting a stumping where the batters are concerned. So he's bowled into a slipper gully, a deep cover, extra cover, a point extra cover, and mid off on the offside, and they get a gully also in place now, which gives the indication that the ball, he's trying to get the ball pitch moving out of the off stump of the right hand batter. So actually 2 gullies. So the plan is quite clear, attacking this little outside the off stump.
Yes, I would imagine Sharp will keep a very consistent line of length. There we are. It's just getting him to push forward to I think it's David Snellgrove, the captain at number 1 on his back. It's the mid-off region.
David Snellgrove, right?
Snellgrove, yes.
Snellgrove.
Snelly,
okay. Comes in, and that ball just short of length. The batter tried to put it away towards mid wicket, didn't really get hold of that. Ball runs down to the mid on, no run. Total still 2 runs for 1 wicket, Zimbabwe.
Now, Jarvis is wearing the helmet, isn't he? It looks as though he's got underneath that a bandana.
Yeah.
Probably just to take the sweat. That seems very wise. That's nicely pulled away and stopped.
Equally fielded well by the fieldsman there. That's short square leg. So these batters are not afraid to play their shots, but although the total is just 2 runs, but they are going for it, I can see. Very watchfully played there. Defensive stroke by the batter, no run.
England have got some very quick fielders in the outfield. They've got Roy Smith, Giles Eccleston, who had a tremendous run-out direct hit against Sri Lanka that almost could have turned the game. And Roy Smith as well.
But again, Very well bowled.
Looked a little hesitant there, didn't know whether it was coming on. Not sure it's too pace, but it didn't quite come on as much as he was probably expecting to turn that round the corner.
Absolutely.
But
And
what you'll find with Sharp, he has a very sort of metronomical line and length, which is very difficult to get around. You've got the extra cover and the cover there.
And
That's just nicely placed. That could run fast. I think Roy Smith will pick this up, but no, it's just, as I said, it's fast outfield, it's taken off. So 4 runs to Zimbabwe. That's their first 4 of the innings, if I'm mistaken.
6 off 3 overs.
And that's 6 off 3 overs. So good start, a little bit of consolidation required by Zimbabwe here, and equally a good start by England.
that's right. And that was Richard James who glanced it beautifully towards fine leg area for the first boundary of this English innings. Nicely played. A ball just drifting down the leg stump there, pitched on midland leg. Batter makes no mistake. And these two guys seems very composed and not afraid to go for their shots. And waiting for the loose delivery. They have 45 overs to go.
Sean Cooper's just directing the field. What I like is about this international cricket is the people that you meet, and it's lovely to hear the stories as well. And Oatsy, I like the nickname there. Moved to Sussex in the UK, played cricket for Old Wick Gifts. You may be listening in the Surrey League for 2 years, and then has played at Cupfield Cricket Club in the Sussex Prem, and currently plays for Sussex Over-50s with the highest league score of 156. So certainly a very talented batsman. He's facing. That's nicely played.
Left-handed batter, very nicely played of the full face of the bat there. So obviously Tony, as you were right saying, it's quite evident the amount of cricket that he has played, and he looks really composed and left-handed. Looks a good player to me.
Yes, he's represented Zimbabwe at national cricket teams, junior level, and played against England. In comes Cooper. A little bit of bounce there down the leg side. That's tucked away off his hips, and that's going to run away for 4 more. So good start by Oatsy here. Jason Oates, 4 to his name. Yeah, he played against England A and Pakistan when they toured Zimbabwe in the late 1990s. So
Okay.
A quality cricketer with a good pedigree.
Yeah, that's right. That can be, it's quite evident there. And he's seen the ball well. Like, I mean, the few shots that he has played right from the middle of the bat. And as we speak, that comes in right arm over the wicket. That ball left away by the batter, just moving outside the off stump. No run to the total. That previous boundary was nicely put away towards the fine leg area for 4. Any youngster watching, that's how we play a leg glance.
And we've actually got the scoreboard, which is to our left, and the square leg of Jason Oates working now, so that's good.
Very well bowled by Sean Cooper, and equally played defensively by Oatsy. So waiting.
Another interesting fact, Narlin, if I can bore you with these stats, which I'm prone to bore a lot of people. He was the first Zimbabwe cricketer to score a first-class 100 on debut, 155 versus Matabeleland. How about that?
Fantastic, yeah.
Lovely,
There you
lovely lead there. Knows where his stumps are.
So
I'm always in awe of these cricketers who play to a very high standard when they obviously were younger, more agile, and kept going, playing cricket. Obviously, one recognises they sort of will drop down from sort of prem cricket, first 11, as you get tired of the chirping and the body starts to tell you that you can't go out on a Saturday afternoon starting at sort of 10, 11, whatever the time start is.
that ball,
But still involved with this cricket, this level of cricket. And I'm not calling it, people do call it masters cricket,
yeah.
veterans cricket, but it's whatever the cricket, you're making friends and friendships for life.
And that's comes to the end of that over. So 10 runs on the board of 4 overs, Zimbabwe. So batters at the crease, it's Richard James and Jason Oates. Both batters have got 2 boundaries under their belt. Both just flicked off the wrist, ran the ball down to the fine leg area. It was James the previous over. I beg your pardon, it was Jarvis. And Jason Oates also did similar, running it down to fine leg. And that was
that's
his
a take. So a stick, and Charlie Knightley, what a smart catch that was, off sharp, very high to his right. Clearly watching the rugby and England's win yesterday has had a profound effect on Knightley. That was a super take. He's actually standing up. That would have gone quite nicely through to him if he was standing 15, 16 yards back. So what a smart catch. That's the second wicket for Zimbabwe to fall, and the score is on 10.
Yeah, 10 runs, beautifully bowled. Just a fraction outside the off stump, and the batter went for it, got a thin outside edge, and the wicketkeeper made no mistake. Beautifully taken behind the stumps. I was saying before, so Tony, he's quite focused and no problems in taking that kind of catches, just standing up to the fast
I think
bowlers.
he likes that, darling. Puts pressure on the batters, doesn't it? So they might come out of their ground and stand, but now they've got to stand behind the popping crease or have a foot behind, obviously something behind the line, not on the line. So new batsman coming in is number 74. That's Emmeline Kuhn.
Emmeline Kuhn coming into bat with the fall of that wicket. So 2 wickets down now, Zimbabwe, for 10 runs. The batter Oates is the senior partner for Emmeline Kuhn, who is just joining in at the wicket, and in the meantime the fielders just taken a few refreshments there. Rightfully so. It's quite a humid day out in Bandaragama, as this PUSA Stadium. We call it Pujita Uduvanas Cricket Stadium. So and we have the 5th over of the Zimbabwe innings in progress now. 2 wickets down for 10.
Yep, a little bit of background on Emmeline. Known as Met, I think I pronounced that correctly. Apologies, Emmeline, if I haven't. He's 50, so he's one of the younger members, no doubt, in the Zimbabwe side. Senior buyer, lives in Dorset, England, with his fiancée Georgia, and has 5 children. His hero is Grant Flower, and I'm indebted as Sharp comes into bowl. A little bit of bounce played onto the onside, no run there. It's Roy Smith who just picks that up. Yeah, no, I was actually so impressed with the Zimbabwe squad and Brian Goodwin, their captain. Thank you very much for posting those fantastic bios that you did on Facebook of your team. Just gives the commentary team a little bit of an insight, so we're not stumbling all over ourselves for words about your team, so thank you.
Sharps comes in, right arm Oduga wraps him on his pads. A loud appeal there by especially the wicket-keeper and the bowler, but turned down by the umpire, and that was, I think, Peter Williams.
Yes, he was unmoved, wasn't he? He was wasn't having any of that.
I guess
I was getting down the leg side.
Down the leg side, yes. I guess so. Marcus Sharp bowled into a good length there. Comes in right arm over the wicket. Again gets a little inside edge ball, trickles down to the short square leg area. As he picked it up, no run to the total. So 2 wickets down here, and these bowlers are attacking. He's got 2 slips and a gully, so getting the ball to move, I suppose. And I was saying there's a little bit of grass on the surface, so it's good for the pace bowlers. And that ball on the back foot punched towards the mid-off area, straight to the fieldsman, no run. Good line he's bowling to Tony.
Yeah, yes, the right-handed Kun and obviously the left-handed batter at the other end. I think LBWs will, with that bounce, if you get forward, it must be a very
Tricky one, yeah.
controversial decision.
Absolutely.
To give it out LBW.
Yes.
And
There
that's
again,
doing a bit there off the top.
absolutely, almost he just went for it, misses it completely, beats him just outside the off stump, and that brings to the end of Marcus Sharp's over. 6 overs gone, total
5 overs, 10 for 2.
2 wickets for 10 runs.
Now I'm going to be very interested to ask Tim Trombus, who's going to come and have a little commentary stint with us, who represents Zimbabwe, as to, having won the toss, why they decided to bat. It'll be an interesting conversation, what they saw in the wicket, because there's plenty of green there, and maybe they were thinking England would have a lot more spinners.
Absolutely.
Everyone's been talking about the wickets taking turn, but actually it's been the opposite. We played at the PUSA Oval, and that had a nice covering of grass on it and suited medium pace bowlers, and those, in comes Cooper, Otama round. Nicely played. Full toss, but didn't put it away. So those are the sort of balls that certainly Zimbabwe need to take full advantage of.
Absolutely. And as we were discussing, Tony, in the morning, the wicket, I was also a little surprised why the Zimbabweans wanted to bat first. You know, and we know the Englishmen have quite a bit of good seam bowlers and a lot of grass on the wicket. So it's good for the...
And how would it normally play second innings here?
Second innings, I mean, I haven't played at these grounds, but what I hear is general tendency in Sri Lanka, in this part of Sri Lanka, although you have a lot of grass on the surface, if you have good spinners, the ball, as the day progresses, the ball tend to spin. And that ball wide outside the leg stump, but beautiful taken there by the wicket keeper. Charlie. Oh, sorry, I did not see that. For a moment, I thought he caught that.
He didn't give that 4 wides, did he? Yes. Yes, he did.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't see the hands go out. He certainly signalled 4. He did go down the leg side.
Oh,
Nicely judged by Otsi, isn't it, who's the left-handed batter.
oh yes. I thought for a moment the wicket keeper got his hands on it. And Cooper comes in.
Characteristic of Cooper there, and that's a better line. And as you see how smartly Knightley took that. The other wicket keeper for England, in the England squad, not playing today obviously, is Liam Hickey, who played in the warm-up game against Sri Lanka. Very, very smart and sharp cricketer and keeper.
So Cooper comes in right arm over the wicket. He's bowling to a slipper gully. And that ball again moved just outside the off stump. The batter just sees it through. No run to the total, so there's a slip and a gully. Third man, cover, extra cover, and mid off on the offside, and we got a mid on, a short mid wicket, and a deep square leg on the onside.
That looks a little bit wider, but no dramas there for the left-handed Oates, who just left that. I see Mr. Baxter, the commentator's gone for a little spin around the outfield with water in hand. He's coming on next on the commentary, so he's gone to get a little bit of stretch your legs time. As Cooper comes in round the wicket, that familiar long stride.
Beautiful play there.
Yeah.
Ball runs down to the mid-on area.
Snell
Mid-on.
Rose is the fielder there.
Okay,
He
picked up there.
tends to field there now in
15
mid-on.
And 15 runs on the board for 2 wickets, Zimbabwe. And with that comes the end of that over. So 15 runs for 2 wickets, Zimbabwe. these two batters trying to put a foundation for a good score to pose some threat to the English batters.
I think we need the scoreboard to keep up with us on the left-hand side. They've still got 10. I'm not sure who's manning that, but there needs to be a little bit more attention to the scoreboard. Sharps to continue.
Comes in right arm over the wicket, and their ball a little wide outside the off stump. He's attacking the off stump, as I was saying before as well. He's bowling into two slips a gully, getting the ball to move outside from the right-handed batter. That is
He's a very thinking captain now. You mentioned the second slip's gone in. You've got Trotman in there, and you've got the second slip and the gully, so they're obviously seeing some potential for an edge. Maybe with the bounce as well. It's a little bit indifferent bounce. I noticed that one got up, played it off the back foot nicely, but the one before that kept a little lower.
But there's quite a bit of bounce on this side, on the commentary box end side, of when a bowler is operating from the far end. I think that's what happened when
that's just gone past the outside edge, and very smartly taken by Knightley there. Took, as wicketkeepers love to do, take off a bail. Got to be done.
Just keep the pressure on the batter there.
Yes, a little bit. They'll be chirping. All very nicely, actually, I should say. No sledging. Or I think Sterling Hamann did say that sledging had to be humorous. That's nicely played.
Very watchfully played there by the batter. Right field is so, because 2 wickets down where Zimbabwe is concerned, and just 15 runs on the board. They need to consolidate their innings and put a good foundation. These two batters, if they are to pose some threat to the English batters, at least these two will have to hang around there for another maybe. And that ball, as we speak, is gone, and very well bowled there, caught at shot.
Looks like it was caught by Roy Smith. Just behind square leg off the bowling of Sharp. So a very smart catch down to his left, diving. So that's the third wicket that's gone down now for Zimbabwe.
All sorts of problems.
In the batting order there might be now from Zimbabwe.
Absolutely, because 15 runs, 3 wickets down. So I was just mentioning that these two batters would have to put in some partnership if the Zimbabweans are to pose some threat to the Englishman with a good total. But the next ball itself caught a short leg there, beautifully bowled. Mistimed shot again. He wanted to put that away towards the mid wicket, but unfortunate for him, it was good cat taken there at short leg.
New batsman coming in is Gavin Lindsay. He's got number 5 on his back, and lives in Joburg in South Africa with his wife and 3 children. Cricket hero is Graham Pollock, wonderful cricketer, who was very much an ambassador at the 2020 and 2023 World Cup at over 50s level, I believe, Graham. Very much a good friend of Roger Moult, who is part of the overall IMC management committee. So we wish him well and a good innings. 57, business owner, financial advisor. I was part of the Zimbabwe Over-50s team in the African Cup, and I'm very interested to talk to Tim Tromness when he comes on, or maybe yourself, Narlin, find out a little bit about the Africa Cup that went on, if I've got that correct. It was held in Namibia in 2024. What a wonderful country that must be. They've got great wildlife there, and they love their cricket, and obviously rugby as well. He was part of the Over-50s team, was Gavin, in Cape Town as well in the second World Cup. So he's got a little bit of experience there.
Yes, so Gavin Lindsay is the batter, left-handed, taking his guard to and the skipper of the English skipper has marshalled his field well. He's got 2 slips a gully, for the new batter. Cover, we've got a third man outside the circle and 2 men in front to stop that single in front of the extra cover short mid-off area, and there's 2 on the onside, mid-on and a shortish squalic. Comes in right arm over the wicket, a foolish delivery, tucked it off the toes with the roll of the wrist. Ball runs down to the fine leg squalic area, and the number 12 is the fields from there. Alex Richards picks it up as the throw comes in the batter's cross, so for a single. They have 1 to the total, 16 for 3 wickets, Zimbabwe, and that brings Oates on strike.
I think that's 7 overs gone, isn't it?
7 overs, yeah.
7 overs gone, sorry. Apologies. As I'm looking over to my right on the screen. I think we should mention, if it's acceptable to do so, Narlin, is it the Papare?
Yes, Papare.
They are streaming live through Facebook. We haven't been given any details of them per se, but you can get all the action, and I'm sure there will be some form of highlights package. I know that Chris Mays from England is also putting together a package as well for the England seniors as well. So the media's out in force as Sean Cooper's about to continue, still coming around the wicket. Now, the challenge for us, Narlin, is there's 2 left-handers here, and I am struggling to see who is who. They've both got, no one's got a helmet on.
That's right, yes.
So we're just going by numbers at the moment, so apologies if we get it a little bit wrong.
Sean Cooper is the bowler coming in from the commentary box, and right arm over the wicket, races in, passing the umpire. That ball just pitch moving outside the off stump, kept well by Charlie, the wicket keeper. No damage done, no run, and he's bowling to the newcomer Gavin Lindsay. Is the left-hander, because with that single Oates is on the non-striker's end, and quite a bit of a big run up there.
Oh yes, it's all that's nicely taken, and just gone past the outside. So Cooper's in magnificent form here. He's also, as you may or may not know, Narlin, he's the strength and conditioning coach for the England Over-50s side, and does a tremendous job on that. The guys have been working hard for the last 4 to 5 months with a programme that's been set out by Sean.
That's what I was saying. Looking at his run-up, he seems quite a fit guy for his age. And that ball, over pitch delivery, beautifully executed, found the gap. Ball runs down to the boundary. 4 runs to the total. Beautiful shot there by, and that was Lindsay. Nicely played shot, Tony. I thought that was a good drive.
Yeah, looks a quality bat, showing all his class there. I think that the sign of a class bat is to be able to play the difficult balls and still stay there. The sort of likes of myself, and I don't know, Nolan, if you play cricket, I'd be chipping that one up to extra cover, sadly. But these guys, just a couple of classes above that. So
Okay,
not looking to put the commentator's curse on him, of course, from an England perspective. But
that's right. So
it's nice to see the temperament.
that's right. And from the word go, from the very moment that the ball struck his bat, 4 runs was kind of written on it. Beautifully executed, and the previous delivery very watchfully played defensively there. And Sean Cooper seems quite a fit guy, as you mentioned. He's a fitness and strength training coach for England, and that ball pitched up delivery, just moving, sliding down towards the onside, played defensively by Lindsay. No run.
I'll tell you a little bit of information about Sean. He is, well, I think the only member of the 2018 first World Cup that was held in Australia that's still playing for England. Has taken 36 wickets before this game for England.
That ball.
He's the most capped ODI player for England.
20.
And
28 overs.
20 off, 8 overs gone, 20 runs on the board, 3 wickets down for Zimbabwe, who's elected to bat first after winning the toss this morning at this PUSA Ground, PUSA we call it, this group game, a match between England Masters over 50 and Masters over 50 of Zimbabwe, a group game played at Bandaragama this morning. So it's the Zimbabweans who are on strike now, 3 wickets down for 20 runs.
I can see that Sharp's still going. He's got his tail up. I saw a little mid-wicket conference there between Snellgrove, I think Nasir Ahmed was in that, and Trotman, who's also been the England captain. And obviously looking at the options of bowling, whether they're going to look to go to spin or whether they're going to keep the medium pace going. But it's medium pace that continues for the time being.
So Oates, he's been on the non-strikers end for quite some time, and now he's left-handed Oates, just doing a little bit of gardening there, and he'll be facing to Marcus Sharp, who is operating from the far end, bowling to 2 slips a gully. And that ball nicely put away, glanced, 4 runs to the total, ball runs to the boundary there, and Zimbabwe, not much needed boundary for the Zimbabweans there, off the bat of Oates, that Sharp was not within the line that his captain would have wanted, but the ball drifting down the leg stump there, beautifully roll out the wrist down to the fine leg, 4 runs to the total, 24 to the total, 3 wickets down Zimbabwe.
So you were talking about your previous commentary in the warm-up games, Narlin, and what games have you done?
I did, I did. There was one game, USA versus Lanka Cavaliers, warm-up game, and then USA India, and also I did the game against between Australia and New Zealand.
Oh, good.
That was day before yesterday.
Standard?
I thought the standard was very good, and especially the 3 teams, I would say all 4 teams for that matter, shown some good cricketing abilities and shown played some good cricket, and I was really impressed with some of the fielding and the way they were moving. Given the fact that they are all 50-year-olds, and we saw a few slides and diving, so you don't see that kind of thing happening when you go over 50. But so that's the kind of focus that these teams have. All want to play good cricket. Is what I understood.
Good to hear. I think New Zealand had a very good win. Haven't won a lot actually recently in New Zealand. But had a very good win against Australia.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you can't read in too much to warm-up games.
Yeah, I thought because that was 245 is what the Aussies got, and that was a good total in that ground. That was played at the Coast Cricket Ground in Colombo. But they couldn't defend that because New Zealand batters just batted really well. They were all stroking the ball well, middling the ball, and shots all over, and we had they have some good hard hitters in their side.
That's good. Well, we've got Sharp continuing, and that's pulled away. This outfield races quickly. I think Richards will just pick that up inside the boundary, which he does. Very smart fielding there. Right-handed throw into the keeper Knightley. So
that brings the end.
Total.
26 9 overs.
26 runs on the board, 9 overs gone. Zimbabwe 3 wickets down, so these 2 batters, we thought the other batter who got out, and with Oates would put the foundation that the Zimbabweans needed, but unfortunately he had to walk back to the pavilion, and we have Gavin Lindsay, who is at the middle now, joining Jason Oates. So these 2 batters, if they are to pose some resistance to the English batters, will have to consolidate the innings and put some a foundation to the Zimbabwe innings.
Cooper to continue that right arm. Got up and just nicely played down.
Still, the slip is in place, Tony.
And the gully, yeah.
And the gully.
And a point as well. Well, you know, left-handers, they always like to cut, don't they, through anything through the gully
Cut.
point region. So,
Yeah, tell me about this. I'm left-handed too. I like to play on the onside.
you like to play on the onside, yes.
Anything midland leg is what the left-handers like, and that ball pitched a little slowish delivery.
Yeah, a little bit better length there, I think. Left-handers certainly look so elegant, don't they? Are you an elegant batsman?
I don't know.
I think
I like to be
lovely
called
to
that
watch.
way. Yeah.
I love watching left-handed golfers as well. They just make
Yes,
it like
that's
so
right.
Nicholson, just so effortless, don't they? And Cooper continuing. That's just gone through the edge. There is a third man down there, as you'll probably see. That's Sharp, Marcus Sharp. He's playing his second game. Played in the warm-up match versus Sri Lanka. Bowled very well there. Only the 4 overs, but looked in full control.
Gavin Lindsay was the batter, just ran it down to third man, but I thought he was not very sure whether to go forward or on the back foot. Late on the back foot, that got the thick outside edge, and the ball ran down to the third man. And the ball comes in, beautifully bowled there, beats him just outside the off stump. That's the correct length.
Yes,
So
that's the length that Sean would normally bowl at. Bowls that in-between length. It's not there to drive, it's not there to go back.
yeah, and the pace bowlers, these two, Marcus Sharp and Sean Cooper, has been enjoying the surface, I would say. There's quite a bit of movement and a little bit of bounce on this side especially.
Just tell you a little bit about the tournament format for those that are new to listening and this tournament. There are 56 45-over matches overall, and there are 7 group matches, of which each team will play 6 matches. So good amount of cricket in a very small amount of time. There's 2 points for a win, no points obviously for a loss, and 1 point for a draw or tie. As Cooper turns and comes in, that tall action, his sweatbands, and he's just looking. Yeah, it's a nice little waggle of the finger there from Cooper. A big smile probably came across his face. That was very well played by the batsman there. So after the 7 rounds, there's a calculation of points, and then we have the semi-finals, finals, and grand finals. So the final is, and you'll obviously know a lot of the history on this, is going to be played at Premadasa Stadium. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
That's right. That's the Premadasa Stadium. We had quite a few. That's actually the main ground where Sri Lanka is concerned, where generally one-day internationals are played, and so it's a very a ground that has a lot of runs. I mean, good wicket to bat on. Yes. So generally high-scoring games. So which is a good thing especially for the final.
Now we fully expect there'll be 35,000 spectators, absolutely jam-packed in there, watching the grand final. But it did host the 2012 ICC World T20.
That's right.
I believe between Sri Lanka and the
West Indies.
So, wow.
Sri Lanka.
What a venue that will be for the 2 teams that get to the final. After the final that England were in at Newlands. Yeah.
That's right. And Sri Lankans went on to win that World Cup, if I remember right.
I'm glad you got that in.
Yep.
Sharp to continue. He's coming from the other end, not the commentary end. So skipper Snellgroves keeping the 2 medium pacers going. I suspect 6 or 7 will be probably there.
That's right. Why not?
Maximum, but whilst they're bowling well, why not keep them going?
Yeah, just 27 runs, 3 wickets down. That ball, inside edge ball, runs down to square leg area.
Gainey looked in, wasn't quite sure whether he was going back or coming forward, so it was a sort of halfway shot.
So that's Oates is the batter.
I am struggling a little bit, so apologies for those viewers and listeners. Just to see with these two left-handers, they look absolutely identical, but they've got a nice upright stance there.
Sharp comes
That's
in.
nicely played off the legs. Just one bounce, pick up by Alex Richards. Very quick fielder.
Very quick. I was saying before as well, Tony, I could see this Englishman very quick on their feet and really very agile.
Yes.
The intention is very clear that they want to keep the pressure on.
Well, the field being in close, that's very much, get them hitting over the top, keep the singles down. That's a perfect length to bowl to Oates. I think he loves anything on his legs, like most left-handers, and
That's right.
anything that's full, he will drive. So if you can cut those two shots out, put him under some pressure.
And I think that's exactly what these two bowlers are doing. Maybe the captain has advised to do that. And he comes in right arm over again. Short is delivery, put away.
Third man. Down there, isn't it? That's Sean Cooper, darling.
Sean Cooper picks it up.
Tell her by the sweatbands that he has on.
Oh yeah, that's the identification for me.
Great
Now I
heat
know.
of those today.
It's quite humid and sun rightly on this fieldsman here. I'm sure they must be having a tough time coming off 3 degrees, you said, right, in England?
Yes, very cold and a lot of rain as well. So not a lot. It's all been indoors. The practice at nets, and England have had a very structured, well-structured, I would say, series of indoor sessions.
Okay.
Cookie Patel, who's very much involved, I think, with the PCA, the Professional Cricketers Association, has been leading that. And well, the players are just taking a well-earned drinks break at the end of the 11th over. Correct, and the score's on 29 for 3 as I look to my right. And the gentleman whose name I don't know yet, but I will get to know. He's doing the cameras for the Papare. But yeah, they've had a very well structured series of sessions. Obviously, it depends on where you are in the country. You'll appreciate there's distances to be covered, and we've had quite a variety of weathers in the UK. We've had a lot of poor weather this winter, very wet, and then we've had high temperatures, low temperatures, so we've had snow, lots of rain, flooding, which has played quite a big part, certainly for the guys up north, Manchester, Durham, Nicky Phillips in Durham, Luke Jarvis, who's represents Yorkshire, to get to the organised sessions, but they've done really well, and it's a good squad that England have got here. As you probably noticed, they are.
Yes, quite fit and
I think it's going to be more of a. You'll see more and more younger 50-year-olds coming into the World Cup. There's quite a big age difference between 50 and 59.
that's right.
I'm in the 59 age.
Oh, me too.
But it certainly is there's a noticeable difference between the youngsters. Someone like Roy Smith, who's just turned 50. He's built like the proverbial brick house, and strong, quick. Alex Richards, quick.
So what's the kind of average age within the English team here?
Oh, you're not supposed to ask me questions like that, darling. But I'd say it's sort of early 50s.
Okay, yeah.
Because
We can see that,
Sean
yeah.
Cooper's the oldest,
Okay.
and David Snellgrove is probably there. But yeah, early 50s, between 50 and 55
Yeah.
will be the if you had a you were trying to find the median, the mode, or whatever. That's where England's age profile is currently.
And as you were saying, from 50 to 59, 60, it's
Less.
Yeah.
But, then you've got the experience that comes into play there.
yeah. So generally these teams, 1 or 2 guys reaching 59, 58, and you have the rest of the guys coming in the early 50s.
Yeah. I think there's one more World Cup in some of the guys who are in the sort of 56, 57 bracket. Well, hopefully if they continue playing and are selected by Peter Ryder, who's the England manager.
Yeah.
Very well decorated England manager with lots of titles with Essex as the manager, I think for over 10 years. and a number of successes with England. Zimbabwe lads who've been taking the drinks out don't look too concerned about the heat. They're obviously very used to it, but they've done a sterling job for their players.
Yeah, and for the benefit of the listeners and the viewers who have just tuned in, we are here at the PUSA, PUSA, that's the Puget Uduvana cricket ground in Bandaragama, just 1 hour's drive of Colombo towards the south, where we have the game between over-50s England Masters and over-50 Zimbabwe Masters in the group game of this international cricket over-50s World Cup group game happening here in Bandaragama. And we've had the drinks break now taken. Game is about to commence, and you can also tune into the Ceylon Veterans Cricket Facebook page for the live streaming. And we got a change of bowling, Tony.
We do.
Yes.
Richard Trotman is the bowler.
Richard
Number 15
Trotman,
on his back.
number
He bowls
15.
Right arm, medium pace. As I was saying earlier, represents Gloucestershire. I think he's the only one from the southwest of England who's in the current England team. Tim Weston is also plays down in Torquay. He's been part of the squad, but he's not part of this World Cup squad. So, yeah, Richard Trotman, right arm, going round the wicket and bowls a nice pace.
Richard
He's
Trotman.
currently moved clubs, actually. I was told in the warm-up game to Chippenham
Okay.
Cricket Club, which is not too far from me, actually. So he's on the move, and he's got 3 boys who also play cricket.
Comes in right arm over the wicket to the left-handed batter there, and nicely played just over the fieldsman there. Just running down towards the boundary. Oh, he just managed to a nice bit of boot work there. Alec Richards just picked it few inches before it ran down to the boundary. A good bit of fielding there by the Englishman there. So the intention is very clear. They do want to give any runs to the Zimbabweans, and the total moves to 33 for 3 wickets down here in Zimbabwe. And we are on the 12th over of this Zimbabwe innings.
Now you'll notice that Charlie Knightley's gone back to Richard Trotman. That's interesting, because
That's right.
I
He
just wonder whether that's given a little bit more license to the batter to come up from the crease. It's down to Marcus Sharp, who's at third man, just a single.
with the wicketkeeper going back, Tony, we could see the batter just a little free in his mind and playing the
absolutely.
shots.
That's what I was trying
yeah.
to say, but you said it very well, Nada. Just gives him a little bit more headspace, doesn't it?
Absolutely. That again, pitched up delivery. Pitched a midland leg stump there, moving towards the off stump, played defensively by Lindsay.
England only having the 2 players out. Obviously, we're in the first power play.
Comes in right arm over again. That ball wide outside the leg stump.
White ball, sports.
Called wide by umpire Sivakumar Venkatesh.
Yes, well said.
Sivakumar Venkatesh and Peter William, who is on the other side. Come past the umpire, right arm over the wicket, and that ball hit uppishly though, but over the field there. Ball runs down to the boundary, deep mid-on area. 4 runs to the total, and very well executed by Lindsay there, just over the infield. As Tony was saying, only 2 fielders outside the ring for this bowler. And the bowler's name, Tony? Richard Trotman. Okay. Richard Trotman is the bowler. Number 15, little bit over-pitched on the leg stump there. Hit over the skipper's head for 4 runs to the total there. Zimbabwe.
Yeah, he's got 3 children who play cricket. There's Max Trotman, who played cricket alongside my son in Gloucestershire in the halfway, Henry and Arthur. So hope you're listening. Your dad comes into bowl. It's a better length.
Oh, that's a good length by yeah.
No run. Alex Richards is a little bit closer in there. I can sort of see a little bit of an in-out field here as
the skipper may not have had that much of a requirement to have his fielders outside the ring.
39 for 3 is the score. I think that's off the 12 overs. So scoreboard to our left is still not keeping up.
So man gone to go and get your.
A bit of a pause. Looks like we've got a change of bowling, and that's going to be Nicky Phillips.
Will the shop be open on Sunday?
He's going to be right arm around the wicket.
Right.
Nicky Phillips plays his cricket now in Durham, former first-class cricketer. Plays Sussex. I won't bore you with lots of stats of Nicky, but we'll do that once he's got into his stride.
Nick Phillip comes in, right arm over, and that ball way down the leg stump. Nicely swept away, ball running down towards the fine leg area, picked up just inside the boundary. That's a good save by the field. Zulfi is the fieldsman there.
Nice piece of fielding there by Zulfi, running hard.
Zulfi Butt. Good bit of fielding there. And Oates is the batter. And we have Nick Phillips operating right arm over the wicket from the far end. Comes in with the next delivery again. A pitched up delivery. Picks it up himself. That is a good length. Better length than the previous one, which just went down the leg stump. And he's bowling to 4 fielders on the onside. Comes in again. And comes down the track. Back to the bowler himself. Did not really get hold of that.
Yeah,
Oates is the batter.
Control here. He's just waiting for the bad ball, the ball that's just offline.
Comes in again. Pitched up delivery, pushed to the mid-off area. No risks taken, no run. So we have a slip, a cover, a deep extra cover, a shortish.
The ball's gone up in the air. No, it's just fallen short.
Very well bowled there by Nick
Phillips, yeah.
Nick Phillips.
Short of Nasir Ahmed there. They're quite a way short, actually. There was never a catch there, but it just shows you there's a little bit in there. Just took the hand off the handle, didn't he?
Absolutely, yes. Comes in again, right arm over, and that ball, he was not sure whether to go 2 steps forward and hit that ball over the top, but there were 2 fieldsmen down, decided against it and played it defensively, and that comes to the end of that over. Total 41, 13 overs gone. Zimbabwe 3 wickets down. England putting the brakes on these Zimbabweans here, and that was very well bowled by Nick Phillip.
2 more overs to the end of the first half.
Power play.
Gavin Lindsay to face. It's driven out to the offside. Just the single.
Brings Oates on strike. Richard Trotman is the bowler, operating from the press box end, and the two left-hand batters at the crease. Jason Oates. That ball, a loud appeal there, as the ball runs down to the third man area. I guess it's yes, it's a leg by signal by the umpire Venkatesh there. That's a single to the total, and that was an appeal, but I thought that was little too high to be given LBW. Rightfully so, the umpire turned it down, and here comes Richard Trotman, right arm over the wicket, passing the umpire, and that ball, he runs it down, gets a thick outside edge to the third man boundary, picked up just inside the boundary. As the throw comes in, batters crossed off for a single. So they're trying to rotate the strike here.
England keeping it very tight. It's a crucial part of the game here. I would imagine that Zimbabwe cannot afford another wicket.
No.
So it's good for these two to contain the bowling. Just looking to pick off the bad ball. A good piece of fielding there from Roy Smith. Came in from square leg.
It's really nice to see.
Dive
Absolutely.
just for the cameras.
But
14 on his back. Big
yes,
heart.
I'm sure the cameras pick such things up, especially when you're playing over 50s. That's a really good bit of work there by.
He's absolutely pumped up. Roy is to be playing for England.
And down the ground, nicely driven, but I didn't really get hold of that.
No run there.
No run there.
Snellgrove who picked it up.
Snellgrove, the skipper, easily picked up.
Yes, David Snellgrove is the skipper.
So the England fieldsman doesn't want to give anything, and they are showing the intensity.
Trotman has bowled a much better second over here, and as is normally the way, it takes you a little bit of time to get him.
That ball.
Just as I said that, he's put one wide and it's gone for four. So Sharp couldn't get to that in the third man region. 4 to the score.
It was just aiming towards this extra cover area, but got a thick outside edge, and ball just raced down to the boundary. 4 runs to the total. 48 for 3 wickets.
14.
Zimbabwe of 14 overs, and the 15th over is in progress. Last over of the first power play. In the first power play, the fielding side can have 3 fieldsmen outside the circle, and with the second power play coming into play after this over, the captain of England will have the opportunity of having 4 fielders outside the circle. But the bowlers have been bowling to a tight length these 15 overs, just under 50 runs on the board, 3 wickets down. So
England has only got the 2 fielders outside
Zimbabwe absolutely Zimbabwe under pressure, as Tony, as you were saying, they need to build up a partnership here.
All that turned. Phillips was looking for that longingly. Yeah, that looked a good. Maybe that's a sign for the second innings, but there's a quite, I would say, marked turn there. He's obviously right arm around. It's a good angle for a right arm to a left-hander. So 2 left-handers
Comes in,
and
that
again
ball.
has taken off.
As I see it, Lindsay always wants to play on his front foot. If you look at the way his stance, he's eager to play on the front foot than on the back foot.
But it's a little bit. I mean, again,
Yeah,
he's come forward and that's gone past the bat.
that's
So
right. Because
great bowling from Nicky Phillips here. If you're listening, Rebecca, I know you're coming out to Sri Lanka. He's played very well in these the opening game against Sri Lanka. Bowled well there, and he's found a nice line of length and a rhythm here, which is really important for slow bowlers. Shout by Knightley there, but that's going to be a leg side wide.
no, it's not
Been
called.
signalled.
Umpire Williams.
obviously felt that he may have got across the crease there, and but it was certainly down the leg side. So not given as a leg side wide.
Nick comes in, right arm over, cuts it firmly towards the sweeper cover area. 1 run, just single, because there's a fieldsman there. As the throw comes in, the batter's crossed over for a single, adds 1 to the total. So that was a little bit of loose delivery by nick there. But so far, the bowling has been quite tight where the Englishmen are concerned. The skipper must be pretty happy that they are taking 3 Zimbabwean wickets there, and that's a little bit of a nudge, little leg cut, ball running down towards the third man area. Batters crossed over for 2, and a good bit of running between the wickets by these two batters, and especially Jason Oates. He looks quite fit to me. Just was a sprint from the non-striker's end to this end to complete that 2 runs. And joining me in the comment box now, as Tony Reeve, is Bob. Hi, Bob. Good morning to you. Welcome aboard. And so just 3 wickets down for Zimbabwe. England doing well there, and the total 50 runs on the board for Zimbabwe. 51 for 3 wickets. The chips a little down for Zimbabwe. Bob, as you come in.
Yeah, it's a good start for England, but Zimbabwe have ran it and quite comfortable at the moment. Except it looks like it's going to turn quite a bit.
Shot. That ball played defensively, no run to the total. These 2 batters will have to put a good partnership if they are to post a good total here and pose some threat to the English batters. So far, the Englishmen have shown good spirit on the field with some good fielding shown there. That ball just left it alone. Ball moving outside the off stump. No run damage done there. Just watchfully left the ball alone. So 51 the total, 3 wickets down. Richard Trotman is the bowler, who's bowled to a good line and length so far. He's bowled into a 1 slip, third man cover at the sweeper cover, extra cover, and that's an appeal there for a caught behind, but turned down by umpire Venkatesh.
Yes, the bowler had no interest.
That's right, Bob.
And nor did the slip, just the wicketkeeper, but they're often quite noisy. So
just trying to put a little bit of pressure on the batter there. Yeah. Batter is Lindsay. That ball nicely put away towards the third man, comes in, picks it up, just a single to the total. Lindsay is the batter and brings Oates on strike. It will be Oates facing Richard Trotman, who is bowling from the press box end. Total just over 50 runs. Zimbabwe 3 wickets down. Just 3 quick wickets in quick succession have put the brakes on the Zimbabweans here. Englishmen playing well this morning. That ball on the back foot, just pushed it. The mid-off comes in and picks it up as the batter takes a single there. 1 to the total, and 1 to the total of Jason Oates, which brings Lindsay on strike. So, which part of England are you from, Bob?
Well, I'm connected to Middlesex as my.
Okay.
But I actually live just in Hertfordshire, in Bushy.
And I'm told it's 3 degrees Celsius in England.
Yes, and a lot of rain I gather yesterday.
So are you enjoying the warm weather in Sri Lanka?
Yeah, it's perfect. I've been here 3 times, so I know how hot it can get. But it's a little bit of a breeze today, a little bit.
That's right. Yeah.
It's not too bad today.
It's the temperature is varying around from 30 to 32 degrees here Celsius. So, but it's quite humid. And I'm sure the Englishmen as well as the Zimbabweans are feeling the pinch here. So that's why they take breaks every 11 overs, I'm told.
Yeah, 11 overs now, which makes sense. 3 drinks breaks.
53, 16 overs.
16 overs gone, 53 is the total. Zimbabwe 3 wickets down here, and it's Nick Phillips, who is operating from the far end, bowling to Jason Oates. Comes in right arm over the wicket there, and the shortish delivery, just a little bit of late cut there, and fielded well by Nasser Ahmed there. No run, no damage done there. So that's a nice little late cut there by the batter, Jason Oates. Philip comes in right arm over and 2 steps up, and that's upishly played, and there's a fieldsman getting under it. Yes, taken.
No, he dropped it.
Oh, he's dropped it. I thought he took it for a moment. Oh, that was just up in there for quite some time, but for a moment I thought he took that, but he's dropped that catch. So Lindsay survives. Bad luck for Phillips as he comes in again. Just on the front foot, no really stroke offered there. Not very sure whether to play that or to leave that, but at the end of the day, the ball just turned outside the off stump, and the wicketkeeper did the keeping, held on to it. No run. But again, that ball, the batter was not very sure whether to go play on the front foot or on the back foot. Just half-hearted shot there, not making his decision. No run. Good bit of bowling by
period.
But in answer to your question, Tim, I think lots of positives. That old cliche, perhaps, about getting runs, and I think getting wickets as well at the right time.
Yeah,
Game,
yeah.
Bowled better certainly against Sri Lanka than probably here. But it's a completely different wicket here now, and I think probably is more suited to a bowler, a medium pace bowler.
Yeah.
Who can nibble it away a little bit. If it becomes a bit predictable as a slow bowler, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Especially if you've got two left-handers there, two left armers coming into that's a sweet spot for any left-handed batsman.
Yeah, I think and Jace seems he's taken a liking to them.
Yes.
So I was going to suggest that change was quite forced by him and his aggression in the last couple of minutes.
Well, I think one of the big things was obviously that drop. There was a drop by Marcus Sharp.
Oh, right, I missed
reasonably
it.
high to the sort of mid-on region.
Right.
And I think that's obviously been huge in the context of how the two batters have gone on now.
Yeah.
And scored runs. But I fully expect Zimbabwe to get over 200 here in the 45, which will set a really good total for England to chase down.
Yeah, I think, just from there's quite a strong connection between Zimbabwe and England, obviously, generationally as well. So, for us to be able to play England, the current world champions, on the first game, were very, very moving and privileged
It was
game.
nice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The national anthems, that was really good.
Yeah, and the guys, they're feeling it emotionally. That it was kind of a fitting beginning for everyone that's in the team. It's a younger
That's nice
team.
to hear.
There's only
Nice to hear.
3 guys that have come through. I think it's 3 from previous World Cups.
Yes.
And a total of 4 players, I think, that have played over 50s for Zimbabwe. So it's a lot of new caps, and a lot of emotion involved there.
Great. Well, we've got a new bowler on for England here, for those that are listening in. David Snellgrove, who did have a few overs against Sri Lanka in the warm-up game, and just as well, really, because he's come on. He's obviously bowling his off spin, so the aim being obviously to get the ball turning away from the left-hander bat, which he's done very well in his opening innings. But England have got the deep, they've got a long off, deep mid-wicket and a deep square, so they're obviously looking to protect that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out. There we go. And OT obliges straight to the field, but good run.
Alex Richards is the fielder down there, so we're in the third power play now, so you can have 5
out
outside the 30-yard ring, and England are making full use of that.
I must say, condition-wise, for England being in 7 months, for myself coming out of England, I know how difficult it's been with the weather there. Not getting out and only indoor training session. The English team's conditioning looks top notch. They're all in good condition and they're looking fit. Yeah, they look fit and raring to go. I'm sure there must be some niggles. There are a few little niggles in the Zim camp, that can be expected.
Sure.
But otherwise, it's a good day. I hope we all come through with it and see how we can go.
Competition. That's the end of the over. Now, the man who's coming on to bowl, he was the one, Sean Cooper, who put together that training plan for all the England squad.
Oh, right, really?
So he put together a plan over the last 4 to 5 months, and what that's done is it's got the guys fit. They've obviously worked on their own fitness.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a drinks break here now. You may not be getting any
visuals
on us at the moment, but we're still able to live stream on the commentary that the players have just taken a drink at the end of that. Should be the 33rd over.
Yeah, well, and speaking of that, I mean...
Put our mics on now, I think.
Okay.
So we're trying to dual commentate here on the Pare and on the England senior side. So welcome Tim Trombus from Zimbabwe and myself, Tony Wood.
Thank you, Tony.
So, can I ask you a little bit about, as a sort of filler, how the Africa Cup went?
I wasn't out there, and I don't want to admit live on camera, but I watched all the games whilst at work in the UK. Great distraction, didn't do much for a few weeks. Look, the guys enjoyed the Africa Cup. There's some victories out there, they did okay. I think it was a bit of a passing of the old guard because a
Yes.
lot of the Africa Cup team were moving into the over 60s.
Okay.
And just one of the anomalies with Zimbabwe is that we're all so scattered. It's almost like it's a two-squad affair because you've got the Southern African guys, it's closer to them to go, and cost-wise for Northern Hemisphere guys to come. So it took a huge effort from the organisers to get all of us from Australia, South Africa, England into Sri Lanka. So
You're all spread
we're
quite
spread-
far apart.
we're
aren't
all
you?
spread apart. There's 5 in England, there's 4 in Australia, there's Zambia, South Africa, Mauritius. So
Wow.
um,
A testament to the guys, and this is that sort of ethos runs through the IMC, that people want to represent their country.
yeah, and especially as we get older, the guys think we may have missed out in the younger generation when we were youngsters. Such a great crop of cricketers during our age period. So
Well, I remember Henry Alonga.
yeah, Henry, Andy Flower, Grant Flower,
Yes.
Murray Goodwin, obviously.
Yeah, Murray.
And in that context, we all remember Murray, and he's still going.
Absolutely.
But in this generation, Murray was the lighty or the youngster of the
Yes.
group. So, greats like Andy and all the boys that came before, to have the ability to follow in something that they did is very, very important to these guys. I mean, the guys will wear their hearts on their sleeves and give it horns, as we say,
Yes, give it horns,
as much
yes.
as possible. Yeah.
Yes, that's wonderful. I was with the over-40s England side in the World Cup in 20. And they were funny, and they said exactly that.
Yeah.
You've got to give it horns.
You just give it on. It's like
love that.
the most cliched team talks in the world. I mean,
Yes.
if you've played rugby, a lot of us have come from a rugby background
Yes.
as well in cricket,
Yeah.
and that's just the teams. Boys, we just go out there and give it horns,
Yes.
and that kind of just encompasses it
Yeah,
all.
absolutely.
Big
Everything.
moving speed.
Yeah, yeah.
So Oti, I'm quite grateful here. Oti and Gav Lindsay here are actually out there giving horns, So
Yeah, they're doing very well, and they've weathered the storm. And certainly,
yeah,
they should go on to get a couple of big scores here if they continue.
Yeah, and I
playing
think-
the ball on its merits rather than just going hard after it. And I think they've got plenty of time here to build a big innings. Both. So,
yeah, I can see Gav has taken on the support role there, and he's just hanging around with Oti. It looks like Oti's feeling a bit of the heat with the electrolytes there, and saw him stretching his lower back and grabbing onto his hamstring a bit. So
he won't have had many temperatures in 33 degrees in Sussex
no,
for a while.
no,
Forever.
I have to tell you, the first day training, we all got off the plane, and within a couple of hours we went to the training ground. And the Australian contingent and Southern African contingent were still running around, all brown skin. And the 6 English contingent, after about an hour and a half in, each agreed that it felt like our souls were bleeding out of our pores. It was hot. But we've settled down a little bit now, so
Good, we're about to resume. So let's go to Jason Oates, who's the left-hander facing, to Sean Cooper, who's coming right arm around the wicket.
Oh.
He plays it onto the onside, just a single there. David Snellgrove should pick that up, whose souls are probably bleeding
yeah.
hot at the moment. So we're into the 34th over. Obviously the drinks breaks are 11, 22 and 33.
Yeah, and it looks like we're in kind of a little bit of a depression here where the ground is in the ground, and it's like
Yeah,
the heat
holds
feels
the
like
heat.
it's baking inside
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a walk round the boundary, but it was very hot. You've got to take lots of precautions, both water, sun cream.
Yeah, we're trying to make sure the guys are getting in at least like one and a half.
And
Oh, that's a
he's
wicket.
out.
He's gone
He looks
outside
as though he's
edge.
been caught by Charlie Knightley off the bowling of Sean Cooper.
Yeah, it's Gavin Lindsay just outside
Yeah,
edge.
He walked there. He didn't wait for the umpire's finger to go up, so he knew he'd hit it. A great piece of sporting cricket, and England take another wicket. But that's been a fantastic partnership.
Yeah. So the change of bowlers worked for England here. The boys really consolidated well, so I think they'll be happy with that. And then Gavin won't be that happy with his shot, but he's done a really good job hanging around for Jason. And let's see if we can continue that momentum and get us to, like you suggested, a
Yes.
200 mark.
Yeah, yeah.
I think we would be extremely happy with that. So hopefully we could get out there and
135 for 4 was the score.
135 for 4.
Yeah,
And
Jason Oates is on 83.
wow, so Jason's done really well. That's a great effort.
That's a lovely knock there as he gets a nice round of applause. Skippers giving him a big round of applause as he's standing.
Yeah, well done, Gavin. He knuckled down, and he got some instruction to hang out with Jason, try and consolidate. He's done really well. Considering he's also suffering from injury at the moment, so
Is he?
yeah,
Wow.
so he's done
Don't
really.
let that known to anyone though.
No. So quite an odd injury. We're just finishing our first training, and we did a bit of physical exercise, running between two imaginary wickets with the bat.
Right.
And he stuck the bat down in the ground and ran full tilt with the bat handle into his kneecap, and took his kneecap up onto his thigh muscle. So it was just pushed back
Oh, my
on the ground,
Well, he's done very
strapped
well.
with ice, and here he is out there just
Wow, that's
bleeding. And and that's giving it horns.
Giving it horns. Now the new batsman in is
It looks like
Lanka Fernando.
Yeah, it looks like Nalaka Fernando. Yeah,
18.
yeah.
Another left-hander. Do you
Sure.
see left-handers in Zimbabwe?
Bowling in the nets the other day, there were 6 consecutive batsmen who were left-handers.
Wow.
So it was really, really difficult. So
Nice length from Cooper. That's the length that he's looking to bowl. England have got 4 on the leg side at mid-on. There's a short sort of mid-wicket, so the single, deep square and a fine leg. And then obviously more on the offside of the more traditional mid-on, extra cover, point, or just behind point, deep cover and third man.
third man, yeah. So Nalaka, the interesting story about Nalaka, we've nicknamed him Nando.
Oh yes.
And guys with the South African connection and Zimbabwean connection would understand that, for Nando's chicken.
Yes.
And as Zimbabwe's tradition, everybody gets a nickname at some stage. But Nalaka is, a born and bred Sri Lankan who moved out to Zimbabwe and qualified after a number of years being in Zim, and we're really happy to have him here.
Yeah.
A full handful with the right arm off spin, I have to admit.
Sorry?
He's a full handful with the right arm off spin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he rips the ball. So looking forward to seeing him have a
Well,
ball.
it might come in useful for Zimbabwe today.
Yeah, let's hope.
There's a bit of turn in the wicket there.
Yeah,
But the line of length is crucial today, because I think anything wide has proved to be very easy for the batters to
to
hit
dispatch.
that.
Yeah. No.
Yes, I like the history of, and I've just got on my notes here. He played for the Sri Lanka under-19 team.
Yeah, very well known. As soon as we walked into the Sri Lankan team, they were all over him, hugging him, the over 50. So it was nice as well. Yeah. So the thing that came clear last night at the opening ceremony was the huge camaraderie around it with
Yes.
the ex-players. It was, something that we normally see with rugby players get together, and cricket's a little bit more staid and occasionally, but last night was really, everybody was friendly and relaxed, and a lot of friendships made already.
Good.
So, yeah, excellent
What it's all
opening.
about.
Yeah,
The meet and greet was good, wasn't it?
yeah, very good.
I thoroughly enjoyed that. I thought it was very well organised. Started with some fine words from the MC, and then we went straight into some very traditional dancing. As he comes down the wicket, no run there,
Yeah, no run. Well done, Oates.
and then it came to the photos, team photos. The only noticeable thing for the England team was they had the flag of Great Britain up and not England.
Not England.
So, but no demerit points for the organisers there, who did a fantastic job. Fantastic job, and everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Nicely played.
Yeah, nicely played. It looks like a good,
watchful, isn't it?
yeah, a good move bringing
Yeah.
on the right arm off spinner. I mean, you mentioned earlier that he could try and slow things down, turning away from Moses. He's having a good
Yes.
look at it.
Yeah.
He's very circumspect. Just wait for the next delivery.
The Zimbabwe skipper as well, Brian Goodwin, who looking at his attack here, whether he will be looking to open up with medium paces or a little bit of both.
Well, yeah. I mean, Brian is it would be that considering that, you know, a bit of spin and a bit of medium pace. We have got a couple of good off spinners in the team. So, and obviously we've got Dash,
Yes.
left arm orthodox over. So Dash has been doing well in the
He
conditions.
had a
in there.
very good Africa Cup. didn't
Yeah, I think, and he's bowling well as well at the moment. He's got good rhythm. He's got bounce. So. Oh, there's a quick signal there. Nalaka has to hurry.
he?
Yeah, he's through.
He's quickly gone through.
Jace wants to turn, but I think Nalaka's looking.
No overthrows there. Smartly defended there on the fielder came in from I think that was Richard Trotman there.
Was that Richard out there? Yeah. Well, no sign of hamstring impediment or with Jason there. He was quite keen on the extra run. Yeah.
Snellgrove comes in around the wicket. That's just leg side. That's well certainly stopped anyway by Selfie Kabat.
Yeah.
There was a man who was also covering him. That's Alex Richards coming in from deep square.
No danger around the corner there.
No.
Seems a lot's happening at the moment, so it's
Yes,
quite a
there's
bit of
lot going
excitement going on with the change of
Got a lot
bowler.
Power.
Yeah.
Then we've got power back on.
Yeah. So and the change of bowler on this is over. I mean, there's a lot going on, so it just kind of feels that we're at a balance area now.
Yeah.
But
Again, well played, well bowled by David Snellgrove.
Yeah.
The England wives and girlfriends who are listening back in the hotel can hear me now. Apparently you couldn't hear me earlier, but we've got a dual mic situation here. I've got headphones on, as has Tim, but we're also talking into the mic for Chris Mays, who's doing all the media for England, and settled that up through the England Seniors website. So hope you're all well, girls, and listening in. England are going to bat second. Zimbabwe won the toss and have elected to bat first, and that was a good decision. They lost early wickets, but they've recovered well.
Yeah.
Two batsmen, Jason Oates, or known as Oatesy,
and
Gavin
Nalaka.
Lindsay, who is out now.
Yeah. Yeah, Gavin did a good job holding up the other end for Oatsy.
That's a nice strike.
Great strike.
Didn't pick that up at all.
Oh no, shame. He lost it
4
completely.
runs.
I lost it as well. So I was also
Yeah.
looking over this area on the
The
wicket. So
pink ball is quite hard to pick up with the green background here.
Yeah.
You obviously play a reasonable amount of cricket yourself.
yeah, for me it was an odd choice. I didn't understand the choice of the pink ball, but when we were told, we're going to be using Duke's pink balls, so I haven't really looked into it with the guys of the team. I've been concentrating, maybe getting myself ready, But I just thought, was it a ruling made that the over 50s want to use the pink ball, or was?
Yes, I think there's been a concerted effort to use pink balls in one-day international cricket, as opposed to the white ball, because obviously the side screens you have to cover up. That's good.
Great straight
That's
drive
a
by
beautiful
Jason. Oh,
shot,
that's a
very
great
straight.
strike. Yeah, beautiful
4 more
timing.
to the total for Zimbabwe.
Interestingly, that's the first straight drive I've seen since I've been commentating in this section. It's on 93 now.
Currently on 93. It's been a wonderful innings from Jason Oates.
Yeah, wonderful. Really batted well. Good timing, circumspect.
He's hit 2 fours on the bounce. The England fielders on the leg side have spread deep mid wicket now for the left-hander. And he's going to certainly get a single.
He's looking for push.
Don't think
Yep.
there's a 2 there.
Great fielding. Great fielding
Well
from the English
fielded
fielder.
by Roy Smith, who underarms that into Sean Cooper.
Very athletic fielding. I think the English fielders haven't let us down. I know there was one drop catch earlier. But been some really good fielding. Great effort, and the heat is so oppressive, so it makes it even more impressive.
147 for 4 is the score of 35.3.
Bowler comes in. Ooh, that looks like that
looks to
back.
cut that, use the pace, but there is a man down there, so it's a little bit of a get-out shot. So
It's actually quite a well defended back area down there. They have to thread it through quite fine.
kept a
to
bit low.
yeah.
Charlie Knightley behind the stumps managed to get something on it. I think the innings that Jason Oates has played has been magnificent.
Yeah, I
He's
agree.
played straight, and he's hit the bad ball.
Yeah.
Always waited for the bad ball.
Yeah, a lot of patience, great application. Oof, that's a
very well
great
done by
ball.
Cooper, right into the
Okay.
big shout for LBW. It's gone down to the third man region. That'll be a single. So clearly no LBW. It's come off the bat there.
But yeah. There were two sounds there, I think. In
148 for 4 is the score of 35.5. So last ball of the over.
and
England really need to start keeping this tight, although there's no doubt plenty of runs in the wicket here.
yes. Comes in. Great
Nice
shot.
on the
Nice
onside.
play. Yeah, nice
Single.
shot. I had a chat with the owner of the ground yesterday evening. I said, "Well, tell us, how's it going to go tomorrow?"
Yeah.
He said, "Well, that's what the English guy said to me." I said, "Well, I need to meet him because he's on the right track. So how is it?" So he
Okay.
said, "Well, I don't really know." He said, "Well, I can tell you, it's always 50-50. It's a good wicket."
Very diplomatic. Yeah.
So diplomatic. And there we are. It has been a good wicket. I don't think there's been any surprises.
No, it's a great cricket wicket. And,
Yeah.
it was covered when we arrived, and then they took the covers off.
Men-
Grounds ladies who did who were tending to the ground, and then the groundsmen who were pulling out the ropes looked magnificent. Just almost unearthed a treasure trove of cricket before your eyes.
Underneath there. Oh yeah. A good, nice gesture out there between the Zim 12th men, should I say, running on to change gloves for OT, and then one of the English players, number 18, I don't know his name is there, came over and asked for a cloth for his neck, so he's feeling the heat, and the boys had a good chat. That's Mark Saunders is the one coming off, and other Mark Haymans, who is there.
Yes.
Very, very. You can see he's waving at us now.
Yes, he's giving us a wave.
Yeah, he's giving us a wave.
Back to the cricket. That one's gone through.
Oh, it's just the one.
Signal there.
Yeah, Mark Haymans
Come
is.
off the bat. No signal there. Snellgrove is continuing with his right arm off spin. 154. 150 for 4 is the score. 36.1. As we get into the sort of business end of the innings now, 45 overs is the maximum number of overs, and Zimbabwe will be looking to use all of those overs. He's looked to push it down the leg side. It's gone up in the air, but it's just going to drop short. Again, you probably wouldn't have seen that.
Yeah, I
well
couldn't
in
see
the-
that well at
no.
all. So
2 runs there to the total, so that pushes the score along nicely.
that's a 150 up, I think.
Indeed it is.
Yep.
152 for 4.
Yep, Zimbabwe have done really well to, a good start for the English bowlers this morning. The wicket gave a bit for the medium pacers, and they took full advantage of that. So credence to them, they bowled good lines, good lengths, and got onto a good start, and just settled down in the middle bit here.
That's what Zimbabwe need to be doing now. They need to be taking the singles, rotating the stride. Every ball, they need to be looking for runs off. Certainly with this field spread far and wide.
Well,
From
yeah.
the offside to the left-handed Oates, there is an easy single there.
Good line.
A little bit up it.
Again,
Can
the
you say-
fielder lost the ball again.
Yeah, it's very difficult to see, but there's 2 runs.
2 runs to Jason Oates.
He's getting close to his 100. He's on 98.
I've
You
just
won't know that yet.
seen
That's
the.
it, he's on 98. So I hope his family are listening.
Yeah,
from
let's hope.
England. They'll probably be rooting for him.
I think a few of the guys will be. I mean, Jason's really close to Grant Flowers, so
Nicely played back. Snellgrove fields that.
Yeah.
I think it's wife Susie and the 4 children.
yeah. I hope they're listening.
So that's
He's
the
doing
end of the over.
I think he looks like he's got a little bit of cramp coming into the hamstring there every now and again, but he'll be all right.
Well, he'll certainly be wanting to be batting at the end there.
Yeah, that's good.
Against England.
Yeah.
Current world champion, so Snellgrove just marshals his troops in the field, and we're probably going to see a little change in the bowling, I would imagine, just to get through the overs of those that have overs left.
Oh, there we go.
It's going to be Solvika Butt, who's coming on, who bowls left arm around.
He bowled quite well, and this is his second stint this morning.
Yes, second spell.
Yeah. He bowled quite well first up this morning. Jason was saying that he was challenging at times. He's back into attack right now. Those guys listening. Just hanging out on the microphone, hoping to see Jason get to 100 if possible. Jason Oates.
So Jason Oates.
Well deserved 100 by Jason. I mean, the emotion in Zimbabwe, I can tell you right now, the Zimbabwean locker room will be overwhelming. What a magnificent effort from Jason Oates.
Well batted, Jason Oates. 102 off 111 balls. He raises his bat, shakes the hand of Charlie Knightley, who has offered that. But yeah, wonderful innings, as you were saying.
Yeah, such a great innings. I mean, I actually feel privileged to have seen it. You know, I haven't had a chance to watch some of the old school heroes of ours when we were youngster, even though we were the same age. You know, we looked up to these guys playing so well. This is a really, really wonderful effort, and the emotion in that emotion in that change room must be really high. So I'm going to ask you if I can.
Clapping there from the Zimbabwe team, and rightly so.
I would like to beg my leave to go down and go and enjoy some of that if you mind.
You're most welcome.
I am so.
We've got that played back. Just to let you know before we go, Tim,
yes,
Narlin, who's co-commentator with us and knows this ground well, has said that anyone who gets 100 here has a tree named after him. So, Jason Oates, you'll have a tree named after you at this ground, as I understand. That is the tradition.
Yes, so I spoke to the owner last night who made that agreement with me personally. He said if any player in the Zimbabwean team gets 100, there will be a Zimbabwean tree. It's a country tree with Oates' name on. So any other further Zimbabweans who come here and play, their name will be added to it. It'll be a Zimbabwean tree. And Jason Oates has the privilege of being the first guy to get it. So we got our tree and we got Jason's.
Well done, Jason Oates.
Yeah, well done, Jason. That's excellent effort.
If your family are listening, Jason's family, Susie and the 4 children, your husband and dad has just got 100 for Zimbabwe in the World Cup.
Yeah, well done. What a way to get off. So excited.
Snowgrove to continue. Just tucked round the corner. No run there to butt. It's getting a little bit hotter in here.
It is getting hotter in here. How many balls are left in this over now? They'll be thinking about rotating the strike.
I think that was the start of the over from Snowgrove.
Yeah.
Continuing.
I think Nando's looking to get off and maybe let Jason have a go. Oh, well, he's getting off. There we go.
Side there should be just a single there. Alex Richards comes in. I would imagine the England fielders are finding it very hot at the moment there.
You've got a feel for them out there. I mean, we're hot up here and we're in the cooler spot in the field. So
what a wonderful country to be holding the World Cup, isn't it?
The journey here to this particular ground was
into
magnificent. Yeah, so much effort and the people have been magnificent.
That's well bowled. A little bit flatter. Oh, look, could be a run.
Could be a run out. Guys getting in.
Missed the stumps.
If he had
there is a man backing up, so it'll be just a single.
If that was a direct hit, I mean, he was way short of his ground.
He was a long way short, wasn't he?
Well, the luck seems to be riding. I think we felt that earlier when the spinner came on. There was a
That's
little bit
lovely,
of action in the
isn't it?
air,
Yeah.
and it could go either which way. And I think
Absolutely,
it's bedded down now, and hopefully the boys can see through to 200 and get us a target that the bowlers can have a go at. It would be really nice if we could have put out a competitive performance.
Let's come in for. That's going to be
That's-
out.
oh.
He's missed again. Charlie Knightley having a little shy at the coconut stall there.
There's a lot of excitement. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat in this last
Lanka
10
Fernando
minutes.
seems to be trying to get Jason Oates on the strike at the expense of his own wicket,
Yeah.
which is admirable. But
Not advisable right now.
Seen this.
Oh,
And
how did he
that's
get that
gone.
down? That's
Looks
gone behind.
like
He's
the
got bat on that.
ball. It's going to roll, and it's rolling.
That's
He's
4 runs.
chasing, but he's not going to be able to pick that up.
A lot of excitement coming from the Zim camp
4
downstairs.
runs there, probably just erring down the side, the leg stuff and the leg side.
Well, Tony, it was a good drive out to the
Yes.
ground here. How did the journey go with the English guys? I mean,
Oh yeah, it was it took about an hour and a quarter.
Yeah.
Outside, I think it took us outside Colombo.
Yeah.
It took us about 45 minutes to get outside, and then obviously get onto the motorway or freeway. There we are. It's just pushed down to
turning
the
around.
left side, a little bit uppish, but another single to the total. Takes the score on 169. What is the score, Alan?
169.39.
169.
or 39, and the drinks, we're having a short drinks break, and why not, for the Zimbabwe batters, who Jason Oates is,
That's a deserved drink for Jace. I'm going to take that opportunity, Tony, to thank so
Okay.
much for letting me help me. I'm going to go down and congratulate the boys. Really nice to
Lovely. Well
to
done,
be
Tim.
given the opportunity to have a chat with you, and hopefully we will be able to have further chats later on.
Good.
I think I'm the mouth of the team, so I probably will be set up here to do some chatting.
well
Thanks
done.
a lot, guys.
Thanks
Yeah,
very
excellent,
much
man.
for your input. It's been fantastic.
Thanks, Tony.
Yeah, well done. Well done. So, Zimbabwe, a little bit in the driving seat here. England reacting, and I'm welcomed by Bob Baxter, who's come in to see us through to the end of the 45 overs. So, bowling wise, we've got Sulfika Butt, who's bowling his left arm around. And it's going to be Lanka Fernando who's facing. 6 overs left. It's coming over the wicket. A bit shorter there, it's just played with that, and that's going to run away for 4. No, sorry, he's just picking it up inside the boundary. Didn't get all of the bat on that. It was a well-crafted shot, actually. He was looking for that area. Welcome, Bob.
Thank you. Been 2 good partnerships. Great innings we're watching here. And, Zimbabwe are hoping to get somewhere around the 210, 220 level, I guess.
Yes, that, as you were saying, I
I
think
said
that was a
earlier.
par score that
Yeah.
you felt, wasn't it? 220.
220, I think it's a good wicket. I'll have to bowl very well to stopping and getting 210, I think, but who knows? So,
And that's gone up in the air. Should be caught. No, it's just evaded the outstretched hand of
spinning away.
Trotman as he runs back. Going to be 2 runs to the total. Takes the score on to 173 for 4.
Yes, England have done reasonably well, I think. Fast outfield, wicket's pretty good. But, Zimbabwe recovered from a poor start, losing 3 wickets, and done very well to get up to the score.
Another one to the total there. Looking to sort of wipe it over to the leg
Yes.
side area. I was actually having a look at the scoreboard as you walk round. I don't know if you've noticed, but those numbers are, the ones that you normally flick over,
Yeah.
but they're white hinges.
Are they? All right.
They actually show up very well. I thought that was ingenious. They painted the hinges white, and they're using that as a scoreboard. How brilliant is that? As Butt comes down the track, Oates, and he's going to find the middle. It's a great save on the boundary by David Snellgrove, diving to his right. Magnificent stop. 2 runs to the total, and Oates' hamstring looks as though it's giving him a little bit of uncomfort, or discomfort I should say. I don't think there is a word uncomfort in the English language, is there?
You made that one up.
Probably like a lot of things in my life. But yeah, it's a great shot. No, he's gone straight down the throat of Snellgrove. So, just as I said that, what a wonderful innings from Jason Oates. He's put that down to the deep mid-wicket as the England players very sportingly give him a big hand for his 100. What a great knock that was from the young man. $107 is the score as Marcus Sharp comes up to give him big congratulations. 107 runs off 115 balls, so he's been the backbone of Zimbabwe's innings here. Well, it'll be I'm going to say a challenge for Zimbabwe now, but looking at Nalaka Fernando, he's got his hands on his knees and clearly needs some water. Hope he's okay there. He's
Stretching away.
stretching.
Yeah, it's a very good time for England to get him out. I mean, he batted really well. England will be now looking to try and get Zimbabwe to below, between the two.
Yeah, if possible.
If possible. Let's see what's to come.
Well, I think it looks like Ryan Goodwin's forsaken his position in the batting lineup, and Stuart Kashula, number 88, has come in. So Kashula is the new Zimbabwe batter. I would imagine he hits a very big ball and a long one. Let's give you a few facts on Stuart. Known as Mundoda, 50-year-old, works as a maintenance manager, and he lives in Australia in success with his wife Ling and their daughter. Cricket hero, South African legend Pat Simcox. I know this area where he went to school, Plumtree School, very near Cape Town Cricket Club, where the very famous, in my eyes, very famous Roger Moult, who's the IMC main man, along with Sterling Hamann and Peter Ryder and Jim Morrison, played cricket. He's also played for Matabele Land Schools in '92 and played first grade cricket in Zimbabwe. Currently plays in the over-50s cricket in Australia. That'll be in what they call the vintage, I think. The Masters being the over-40s, or it might be the classics. I do apologise. There's classics and then I think it's vintage. But so Stuart Kashula comes to the wicket.
Change of bowling here, though. Sharp coming back into the attack, having got his 3 wickets early on.
But very well early on, didn't he?
Yeah.
A little wobble at the start, but came back very strong.
Yeah.
That's gone up a little bit. It's good. He gets quite a lot of bounce, doesn't he?
He's a very tall man, isn't he? So
yeah, 6'7"
there is a bit of bounce in this wicket.
So it's the left-handed Fernando who is on strike. There's Alex Richards down at deep square is pacing around, and that's been driven for 4. So that's a good strike from Fernando. 4 more to the Zimbabwe total, pushing on towards 200 here, which they certainly will need, I suspect, if England don't lose wickets early.
Quite similar scores around Sri Lanka today. USA 164 for 5 against Sri Lanka today.
Just a single there. Looks as though that's just either come off Charlie Knight, these pads, either a bye. I haven't seen any call them or signal from the umpire, so that's a run.
India 146 for 6 against Australia. UAE 152 for 9 against New Zealand. Pakistan going quite well, 208 for 5 against Wales.
Sharp's just organising his fields, just pushing Zulfikar back to the third man boundary and bringing Nasir Ahmed across for the cut. So England certainly strengthened the offside field. I was saying earlier, I hope the listeners can now hear us on the. It's neither back nor forward there, but that was a good ball from Sharp.
Yeah, I got a thumbs up when from Michelle, Gerald Eccleston's wife, who's I believe doing some work today back at the hotel. So last I saw, she said things were.
Oh, looks like that's an inside edge there. He was looking for a big hit there, Kashula. But he's been given it as a bye. Must have come off the keeper's pads then. So 182 for 5, Zimbabwe. This first encounter between the two sides in ODI internationals. Pulled to the leg side. Should be just a single there. Alex Richards throws in to the striker's end. And that's the end of the over.
183.41.
183 off 41. 4 overs left.
England have done well actually to contain Zimbabwe. That wicket of Jason Oates was absolutely key for them. But what a great knock. I thought it was wonderful to see. It was a well-paced innings, wasn't it?
Some big sixes, because it's not small ground.
Okay, Zulfikar Butt, who's coming on. He's going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Fernando. Malaka Fernando. And that's out, so he's pulled that to the mid-wicket region. David Snellgrove has caught that quite convincingly at a good height, just below his throat. So it's another wicket for England and one for Zulfikar Butt. So it's 6 wickets down now.
$23.
23 was the score for Fernando, and Darshan Vagmaria is the new incoming batter.
2 new batsmen at the crease, which England will try and squeeze a little bit now, I think.
Currently the vice captain of Zimbabwe, 53 years old, accountant by training, and lives in Bulawayo with his wife Diksha. Now you'll be interested to know who his cricketing hero is. Have a guess.
I was a little bit surprised about Simcox in the last one, so I don't know is the answer.
Sir Ian Botham.
For Ian. Excellent.
So the great Sir Ian Botham, you are the cricketing hero of Darshan Vagmaria, who's very much an influential figure in the cricket in Zimbabwe. He's a committee member of the Zimbabwe Over-50s, and he played in the Over-50s Africa Cup in Windhoek, Namibia in 2024, which was a wonderful tournament. He's going to be facing Zulfikar Butt.
Hat-trick ball.
It's a hat-trick ball.
And I've been told, because it's a hat-trick ball,
Bastard.
we had one of those earlier, which was played nicely by Vagmaria when England played Sri Lanka, didn't we? And Sean Cooper
Yeah, seems like a hat-trick.
got 2 quick wickets. Butt continues. Gone back and just cut that to the offside region. Alex Richards should pick that up nicely, which he's done. And smartly into Knightley.
Right-handed batsman for a change. First right-handed
41.3.
batsman for a while, isn't it?
Yes, talking to Tim Trombus from Zimbabwe, who thoroughly enjoyed his stint doing some commentary. I hope you enjoyed his commentary too. Yes, he said they had a number of left-handed batsmen.
Sri Lanka did it on the other day as well. Quite a lot.
Little tipple tick. Oh, he's not going for the run there. Decided to go back. Well, I think his His
fairly
playing
easy-
partner
fairly
decided
easy-
he should go back.
Fairly easy single, I think, there.
It was an easy single, yeah. That's a good hit to the offside. Should be picked up smartly, which it is, by Nasir Ahmed. He throws in. So England restoring a little bit of calm now in the camp, trying to contain Zimbabwe under 200. $185 off the allotted 41.5 so far. Well, that's dropped short. Should be pulled, which it is. Man is out there. It's just dropped short on the knees of Chuan Haji, but he managed to save the situation. So just a single, and that's the end of the over. 186 for 4 is the current score. After the 45 overs, there's a 45-minute interval, so we'll take a break and then be resuming with a couple of new commentators. Looking forward to Hugh Henry joining us a little bit later on in our sort of guest commentator spot. We'll learn a little bit about his cricket journey and what he does for cricket in England, whilst commentating on the cricket here in the first ODI between Zimbabwe and England. It's just played onto the onside, little inside edge, looking for 2. Flashback Maria, no, doesn't get the call to come back. Little fumble by Knightley there, but no dramas. $187 for 6. Still keeping them under that 200
Yeah,
mark.
I think that's around the 200 level. I think England will be reasonably, considering one guy's played so well. Two of them played quite well, to be fair, but one of them got an excellent 100.
Just a single there. Quickly round Alex. He's certainly no that Zulfikar Butt with his left arm. No slouch in the field. He's very, very quick onto that, anticipating it. Playing onto the offside again. A simple, easy single there. That was David Snellgrove, who was looking to throw down the stumps, and Knightley in one go.
I don't think it was necessary to throw it there, was it?
Probably wasn't, but they fielded very well though throughout
Yes,
the game.
yeah,
Apart
one-
from
one
the
catch.
drop from
Yeah.
Sharp, England have done a very good job in the field. Looks as though that's gone down the leg side. It's going to be 4 runs. So 4 byes. It wasn't down the leg side. It was just the angle from where we're sitting. Knightley's very unhappy with himself there. So 4 more to the total.
193.
As Zimbabwe get closer to that 200 mark. It's gone up in the air. Looks as though it's going to be safe, which it is. It's rolling towards the boundary. The man down there is Sean Cooper, by those distinctive sweatbands, who throws in beautifully to the non-striking end. 2 runs to the total. How do you contain in a position like this, Bob? Have England got enough fielders on the leg side, bearing in mind a big man like this is just going to swing there?
Yes, you'd thought that there should be another. I'd have thought somebody's come over really.
I don't see the need for the
5.
big man. I say big man, that's
643.
quite rude of me, but Kashula, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there should have been another person on the leg side. Doesn't look like he's got many
It's a big
offside
ball.
shots.
No.
He's just going to swing from the hip. He's going to get leg side.
That's the end of the over. These two playing very well. Stuart Kashula,
Trotman's coming
right-handed
back.
batsman, and
Trotman's coming on.
Richard Trotman coming back to bowl, and Darshan Bagmaria. So it's going to be Stuart Kashula to face Trotman. We'll be hoping to get some of his pace under the bat or past the bat of Kashula. So England have been told to give it a little bit of a move on by the umpire. They have 190 minutes in which to get through the 45 overs.
180 now. They've changed it to back to 180, I think.
No, it's gone back to 180, has it? So with the drinks breaks, we're now at 1 o'clock. So we're fast approaching the 3 hours, which is 180 minutes. So that's good of the umpire to let Trotman know, but England need to get the field right. So it's going to be Kashula who's facing. $196 for 6.
Yes.
Bowls it. Oh, that's gone down the leg side. That's a wide. So another ball for Zimbabwe. 197. The score moves on to. Change in the field here, bringing the mid off or long off up and dropping down the fine leg. It's good thinking from Trotman there. Middle inside edge, they can go for 4. He's bowling right in the block hole there, right in the feet zone. That's good bowling from Trotman there, if you can find that length regularly.
Yeah. Just got to make sure he doesn't stray down the leg side.
Well played by Kashula, out to the offside just for the single. $198 for 6 or 43.2. Coming round the wicket to Vagmaria. That's a big hit. That's a great shot from Vagmaria. And that takes the Zimbabwe past the 200 mark. So a nice 4 there by Darshan Vagmaria. There is a long off, but he couldn't get to it, so it's hit very hard. Probably only had about 10 yards, or less than that.
Yeah,
Not
very hard. Always going for 4. So he's brought fine leg up now into the circle, and long on's gone, or mid on's gone back down to long on.
Just on the leg side, hit the pad, so that'll be 1 leg by to the total.
Oh, he must have got a little nick on it. Oh no, he hasn't. He's sort of signalled there.
203 for 6. 1 more over to go after this. Richard Trotman currently 0 for 23 of his spell so far. That's good bowling from Trotman there, right in the block hole. In his 4th over. In and he's just fallen over. It's a leg side wide again, so another one to the total there. You can see Kashula was looking to play that on the leg side but missed it. Trotman comes in a bit short of that. It's gone up in the air. That's going to be runs. That's going to be looks like I've lost it slightly in the background, but certainly 4 runs has been signalled by the umpire. So that's a much needed 4 runs for Zimbabwe, who are playing in their first ODI against England at this World Cup and the first game of this 2025 Over-50s or IMC Over-50s World Cup. So 208 for 6 is the score, passed over. So are we going to see some fireworks from Zimbabwe? Darshan Vagmaria is the facing batter. What do you think, Bob? Let's have a get. Let's have a little bit of a bet on the number of runs in the over. 12? Anything more? That's a nice shot from Darshan. You're not looking for the 2, so
I'm hoping for 6, but
that's just one.
Yeah, they
One. There's a score. 5 balls left. Everything they need to capitalise on
Yes.
here, Zimbabwe. Every run is crucial. Marcus Sharp just adjusting his field there. He's asked the deep square to come round. He's now looking at his field thinking, yeah, shouldn't we be bringing another player across? But no, Snellgrove's stuck to his horns, as they say, the Zimbabweans.
he's
Give it horns, they say.
he's got a better field now. He's got 5 on the leg side, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Which is where the ball's
It's
going
got to be full. That's a good hit, but he's not got all of it, so just a single. Looks like you're winning so far, Bob. Only 2 off the over. 2 off 2. Darshan Vagmaria, what have you got in your locker for Zimbabwe?
So Knightley's going to come up and stand up.
Yes, I think that's a good move from Knightley.
Yeah, stops them coming out the wicket.
And that's gone down the leg side. That could run away for 4. No, it's been nicely. Oh, it's touched. Looks as though it touched the road. Well, certainly, Butt was touching the road when he may have got it back. So 4 to the total. Takes the score on to 210.
Poor ball from Sharp down the leg side.
214. I'm advised. Sorry about that. Computer wasn't saying yes to me or no. 3 balls left in the over. That's gone off at top edge. There's certainly a single there. Could be 2. No, they're not looking to run that hard. So just a single. Tuan Haji picks the ball up, throws it into Knightley. So 2 balls left in the over. 215 is the score. That's a big hit on the leg side. There is a man down there. Just a single there. That's Sean Cooper who's thrown that in. He's the right man to have there. He's quick around the boundary.
Should be running 2 there, though. It's a long way down.
Oh,
there.
most definitely. Yeah.
It's a long way down there. At 50 plus, you're not going to bung it in over the top from that distance.
216 for 6. Last ball of the over. And that's a nice shot. That's going to be 4 runs. So that's 4 more to the total. Takes Zimbabwe on to what we thought, Bob, was a reasonably par score at 220. 220 runs for the loss of 6 wickets. So a very good innings from these 2 batters. Darshan Vagmaria 18 off 11 and Stuart Kashula 12 off 14. So that wraps up the Zimbabwe innings. And I'm sure that after the break, the commentators will give you a full rundown of the innings from Zimbabwe and the England bowlers. So we're going to take a short break. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far. Well done, Zimbabwe. That was a good score against some very tight bowling from England early on, and they weathered the storm, but they've posted a really decent total. Nice round of applause from Zimbabwe batters for the England players and their own batters. So we'll take a break now and we'll look forward to commentating after the recess.
All right, good afternoon, listeners and viewers all over the world. Welcome to this live stream again. We've just on the break between the two innings, just to give you an update of what happened this morning in this group game against the England Over-50s versus Zimbabwe Over-50s, played at this PUSA Stadium in Colombo, in Bandaragama, south east of Colombo. It's about a 1 hour's drive from Colombo. And this morning, the toss was won by Zimbabwe, and they elected to bat first and have gone on to score 220 for loss of 6 wickets. And the first wicket to go was James White, who was out for 1 wicket, then followed by Richard Jarvis, Imran Kuhn, Gavin Lindsay, Jason Otis, who played that magnificent innings. He got a century, 107 off 116 balls, and then we had Nalaka Fernando also out as the 6th wicket. So if you look at the scorecard, Richard Jarvis out for 6 runs off 18 deliveries. James White, no score. Jason Oates got 107 off 116 deliveries at a strike rate of 92.24. Imran Kuhn was not able to score a run this morning. Gavin Lindsay scored 31. The partnership between On. So apologies, people who have tuned into this live streaming coming from Bandaragama, Sri Lanka, because there was a slight technical issue whilst I was reading through the scorecard. So just to give you an update, 220 is what Zimbabweans made in the allotted 45 overs this morning, and if you go to the scorecard, Richard Jarvis 6 runs, then James White was not able to score a run, unfortunately. Jason Oates, magnificent 107 of 116 balls. He really put the foundation and was the backbone of this Zimbabwean innings. And there were 9 fours and 5 sixters to his credit, finishing at a strike rate of 92.24. Emran Kun was caught by Roy Smith and bowled by Marcus Sharp for no score. Galvin Lindsay, and he was the guy who was partnering with Jason Oates with that fantastic partnership with got the foundation for Zimbabwe. He made 31 of 74 deliveries with 4 boundaries. Nalag Fernando also chipped in with 23 of 26 with 2 boundaries, and Stuart Kashlua was not out on 12, and Darshan Wagmaria 18 not out of 11 deliveries. So Zimbabwe 220 in the allotted 45 overs for 6 wickets, and run rate was 4.89, a kind of a gettable target for looking at the depth of batting where the English over-50s are concerned. For the bowling, it was Marcus Sharp who bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, and he's the pick of the bowlers. He took 3 wickets, and Sean Cooper 8 overs, 37 runs for 1 wicket. Richard Trotman 4 overs, 28 runs. Nick Phillips also went for 29 runs. Zulfi Butt at the latter stages, the left armer, bowled from the commentators and bowled 9 overs, went for 34 runs, and he took 2 wickets. That was the scorecard for the Zimbabwe innings. So the target posted by Zimbabwe for England over 50s to chase is 220 runs, and the Englishmen were able to take 6 wickets off them. So we go for a short break. We're at lunch now, and when we come back, it will be the Englishmen taking on the Zimbabwe bowling attack. And stay tuned. viewers and listeners who are tuned into this live streaming. Good afternoon, Bob.
Good afternoon, all. Whoever's listening in. The umpires are out, and the batsmen.
And the batters are number 4 and 1. That's David Slinggrove, the skipper of the England Over-50s, and number 4 is Gills is the other batter. So 2 batters at the crease now, playing for England, chasing this target of 220 posted by Zimbabwe. They made 220 for 6, and if England Over-50s are to win this game, they have to make 226 off the allotted 45 overs. And so Gills had been a centurion. He got 125 against the Sri Lankan Over-50s last a couple of days back. Bob?
Yes, Charles. Charles is in. Looks a very good nick, so he hasn't picked up a bat much other than for indoor in England since August, September last year. And he batted well. He did get dropped a couple of times, but quite hard caught and bowled chances. But other than that, he looked a great nick. Obviously, he's back opening, saying came in at 5 the other day.
So he opened the batting for the England Masters at 50 yesterday, yesterday against Sri Lankan Over-50s. Did he open batting?
No, he came in at 5.
Okay.
He usually opens the batting, but they wanted to give everybody a bat. So we were about 70, 83 when he came in. Excellent 100.
And that really have paid the way for England Over-50s to win that game, I suppose.
Yes, I mean, I think without his innings, we would have fallen short of the total, well short of the total we actually got, which I think was about 259, I think. But yeah, he batted superbly and was backed up with by some of the middle lower order. Gave him a lot of the strike, which is never batting. So.
All right, so we have a pace bowler operating from the far end. I did not see his jersey number. I'll get you the number in a while. So he's bowling to 2 slips a gully, cover, extra cover, a man in between extra cover and mid off. Yes, there's a mid off, and he comes in right arm over the wicket. Well pitched up delivery, played defensively by Gills. No problems there. And on the onside, we got a fine leg, a short mid wicket, and a mid on. That's a field for I think it's just in number 31. 31 is Jimmy White. Comes in right arm over the wicket to Gills, and that ball way down the leg side. Yes, signaled wide, rightfully so, by umpire. I think he's umpire is Peter Williams. It's a good ground, a fast outfield. You think it's a gettable target, Bob?
I think wicket seemed to play pretty well. I think England have played bat sensibly. We're hoping to get this score. But, it's certainly a score that needs a lot of work.
That's right, yeah.
Zimbabwe did really well, considering they were 33.
That's right. They recovered well.
20.
Absolutely.
Something to bowl at. Excellent 100, obviously.
And there was a single taken, 1 to the total. Gills is the man who took that run, just pushing it to mid on. Just a single to the total, and brings in the right-handed skipper on strike. Very well watchfully played there, defensively played, no chances taken. The first ball he faced, very composed, the skipper David Snellgrove. Snellgrove, yes. David Snellgrove, captaining his side, marshalled his bowlers and the men in the field when Zimbabweans were batting well. Now taking the stripe, and that ball on the back foot just pushes it to cover, picked up there well by the fieldsman is Nalaka Fernando, a Sri Lankan residing in Zimbabwe who is feeding at cover. But there are two Sri Lankans in the English over-50 side as well, right?
Yes.
That signalled a wild way outside the off stump, watchfully left alone by the skipper David Snellgrove, the England skipper. He has no hurry, 220 to get in 45 overs, and England are not now just one run, no wicket. Played on the back foot directly to short mid wicket there. No runs added. He's bowling to his field. Just nicely coming onto the bat. Nice blowing going across the ground now. I'm sure the fielders and the batters likes it. And the next ball again outside the off stump, wide signal, another wide.
It's going to be a long first over.
A long first over by Jimmy. That again very well bowled to finish off that over. Two wides in that over. So just a run coming on to the England's total. One run on the board, no wickets, chasing a target of 220. England. The batters at the crease. Gills and the skipper David Snellgrove.
Steady start from England. A few wides to help the score along. Looks like another seamer opening for Zimbabwe.
Another seamer coming in. Bowling to.
Captain, isn't it? Rather than opponent, I think.
Yes, that's right. That's the captain. Brian Goodwin, number 15. He's an experienced contender where over-50 cricket is concerned. This is supposed to be his third World Cup in this format. He's bowling to slip a gully. No third man. A point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off on the offside. On the onside, inside the circle is a mid-on. Just a short mid-wicket and a fine leg. Coming right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Chills. That ball, little outside the off leg stump, just runs it down to the fine leg area, but the square leg short mid-wicket comes in and picks it up. Just one to the total. Is that the bye, is it?
1 to Arista.
They're saying how many of the people listening.
Just we got the news from some of the listeners that the sound is not very clear, so we just a little bit of technical issues here. We are just sorting them out. I hope you'll hear us louder now. And as we speak, is the Zimbabwe skipper. Right arm over the wicket, cut firmly to cover, but equally fielded well by the cover fieldsman there. As
I think Snellgrove missed out a bit there. The wide ball, short, picked out the fielder.
So the skipper, Brian Goodwin, beautiful driven firmly there, picks the gap, and just from the word go, from the time the ball hit the bat, 4 runs was written on that. Beautifully stroked boundary there. For that was the skipper of this England over-50 side, David Stengrove, his captain. Nicely executed shot, pitch delivery, beautifully sent down to the boundary. Again on the back foot, but this time straight to the extra cover fieldsman. No run. David Stengrove is very good on the front foot, I can see. David, and that again, just nicely put away. Again on the front foot, that ran down to the boundary to see. Yes, it's just picked up just inside the boundary, and the batters crosses off for 2 there. So adds 2 to the total there. And the skipper David is going on well, just waiting for the loose delivery, and delivers, and that's a good shot. Good chase by the fieldsman there. Was able to get to that before it reached the boundary. It's quite a fast outfield. And that brings the end of the skipper Brian Goodwin over.
11 for none off the second over, so a good, decent start for England. Up with the rate.
A good start for England, yes. 11 for none. Just 2 overs gone. Almost 5 runs per over. So the required run rate is almost there. So England batters would be happy because they are within the required rate. Jimmy White is the bowler, coming from the far end, bowling to Giles
Eccleston.
Nicely flicked away, glance towards the fine leg fieldsman there. 1 run, easy single to single to Giles.
Not sure the players will know the score because it doesn't seem to be a scorer over by the board.
That's right, yeah.
Don't know where he's gone to. Maybe he's still having his lunch.
That ball on the front foot, going for a quick single there. But that ball little mistimed. He was aiming the ball to run towards the mid-off area, but mistimed, got a thick inside edge, and ball trickled down to the short mid-wicket area, and it's the skipper Brian Goodwin who came running into it, picked it up by the time he threw it to the wicket keepers, and the batters have crossed over for a single. So now the 1 to the total. White comes in. Good delivery played defensively by Giles. No run. Little bit overcast conditions here in Bandaragama, in PUSA Stadium, we call it. Pujita Uduvana Sports Academy grounds is where this match has been held. Next one, kind of over-pitched again, just pushes it to mid-off, who is within the circle. No run. White comes in, right arm over the wicket again. Oh, that was just Giles on the back foot, just went on the front foot first and transferred the weight to his back foot, and he played that shot just coming on the way to the back foot, so did not really time that ball, but nevertheless no harm done. No run. That ball moving outside of the off stump. And that brings to the end of that over.
13, 3 overs.
3 overs gone. England 13 for no loss here. Bob, you think that's the way to go for England?
I think they'll have a look at the wicket and take it easy to start with. We don't want to lose any wickets in the first 10 overs, really, if possible. It gives us a bit of a base. I think they'll be more than happy going along around 4 over the first 10 overs or so.
Yeah, the Zimbabweans will try to get through this new ball bowlers as much as possible, because I understand they have some good left arm spinners within their armory. So Brian Goodwin may look to the spinners in a while, I suppose, because the wicket, as it dries up as the day progresses, generally tends to turn a little bit. That ball outside the off stump, watchfully left alone by David Slingrove. Again on the front foot, punches it towards extra cover, picks up, throw comes in, no run there. The two batters are stroking the ball well. The England over-50s. Captain to captain from the commentary box end. That again played defensively. Ball into a good line and length. Brian Goodwin. Brian comes in, right arm move the wicket, and watchfully played. The non-striker wanted a single, but rightfully sent back by the skipper, David. There was no run there. Had the run been taken, there would have definitely created a run-out situation there. No need to rush, Bob. Am I right?
Sorry, second?
There's no need to rush, I said.
No.
No need to take. Oh, that's a loud appeal there. Umpire Venkatesh says no. All the fieldsmen appealed because there was no bat in that hit him below the knee roll, I presume, and I guess get the feeling that the ball was riffing down the leg stump, and that ball on the back foot, beautifully punched there by the England Masters over-50 skipper David towards the extra cover area for a single. So yeah, and that brings to the end of another Brian Goodwin over.
14, 4 overs.
4 overs gone, 14 for no loss, England.
Yeah, steady start. Better over from Goodwin, that one, from his first one, I thought. A bit short the first over, but got it roughly in the right spot that over.
So for the viewers and the listeners who have just tuned in, maybe from England or from Zimbabwe or from Sri Lanka or any part of the world, the scenario here in Colombo, this is the Bandaragama PUSA ground where this match is being held. The preliminary round matches, match between England Masters over-50 versus Zimbabwe Masters over-50. Zimbabweans win the toss this morning, elected to bat first, and did post a score of 220 for 6 wickets, and the target for the England Masters over-50 posted by Zimbabwe is that, and then of 14 for no loss. And Jimmy White is the bowler, coming from the far end. He's bowling to 2 slips a gully. You've got a third man outside the circle, and for the moment there's only one man outside the circle, Bob.
Yes, I think it started with one, only one out most of the time.
and played defensively. Gets a quick single there. That's a good bit of thinking by the batter, the England over-50 skipper, and takes a good run there. So there was no third man. I for a moment thought the guy who was standing outside the boundary.
He's not fielding.
He's not feeling right. Yeah. Again, a pitched up delivery, a little bit over pitched. The batter tries to beat the bowler, but fielded by the bowler himself. No damage done, no run. 14 for no loss. England masters over-50. Ball in 2 slips a gully. Cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and a fine leg. Jimmy White comes in, right arm over, and that ball, artistically played, got a thick outside edge ball running down towards third man boundary. 4 runs to the total, but he was trying to get it over mid wicket, mistimed totally, and but happy to get that 4 runs for his side. The skipper, David
Giles.
Oh, that's the guys. Okay.
Yeah, Giles went to play a hook, got a pull shot, and I think it
Giles,
got on
yes.
him a bit quicker than he thought, and it went off the outside edge and flew over second slip. So
That's so
bit of fortune for England there.
That's right. So the Zimbabwe skipper, very wise there to have, I guess, he had 2 slips and a gully before. So now
take one of the slips out and put it mid wicket, short mid wicket now.
yes, because he saw the intentions of Giles was to play it on the onside. Natural flow for left-handers to go on the mid-wicket area. So I didn't find that. And that's a white ball signal. The skipper, Brian Goodwin, has positioned a person catching position, short mid-wicket. Taken the second slip out and just positioned him there for anything not connecting properly. Trying to put over mid wicket there again. Again he goes for a pull shot, misses it. Just hit him on his thigh pad. No run. As I was saying, most of the left-handers like to go on the onside, Bob.
Yeah, I think Giles is a very good puller of the ball, but I think there's just a little extra bounce in these wickets, especially with the new ball. I think it's just bouncing a bit more than he's anticipating. That's why he hasn't got hold of either of the pull shots.
That's right. So that ball was a rising delivery, shortish delivery, but he was trying to get that ball from the off stump towards the onside, towards the mid-wicket area, but did not get hold of that. So good bit of bowling at the end by Jimmy White to end that over. Total still remains at 14. I beg your pardon, 20 for no loss. Scoreboard shows 14, and thanks to our scorers here. That ball driven firmly, but not firmly than I thought actually. It went directly to the extra cover fieldsman, and so this England masters over-50, chasing this target of 220. The runs made by Zimbabwe. That ball, a pitched up delivery, pitched on the onside. Brian Godwin trying to bowling out, right arm over the wicket, trying to get the ball to kind of drift away towards the off stump from the middle and leg stump is what I feel, because you got a slip in pace, a point, a cover, extra cover, and mid off. And just one fielder outside the circle. And that time the batter just takes 2 steps out and plays defensively. No run there. This is Giles again, just short of length. The batter was trying to just flick it down towards the square leg area, mistimes it. There was a half-hearted appeal for an LBW, but ball I thought was drifting towards the leg stump, right?
Yeah. No real excitement from the wicketkeeper or slips. Looks a little wide down the leg side.
So it appears to me that the skipper of Zimbabwe has still not got his rhythm right. That's another wide delivery. And he's got a packed offside field. And that time he connects it beautifully over mid-wicket, 4 runs to the line. He was waiting for that time. He was trying to play this pull shot and the play on the onside for quite some time. And that's the boundary. First boundary coming in, or rather, there was a boundary before which went due to a mistiming shot, went over slips, and this is the second one. So that brings the end of that over. 26 for no loss. 6 overs gone. England Masters over 50. 26 for no loss, chasing 220.
Yeah, I think
to
England
win.
will be happy with this start.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments.
Luckily England got a wicket, which slowed them down a little bit.
Oates was playing well, and he got a brilliant 100, I would say.
Yeah.
107 of 116 deliveries. So he, together with Gavin Lindsay, and a little bit of contribution there by Nalaka Fernando as well. He got 23 of 24 deliveries, which I thought was just a cameo by him. That ball by Jimmy White outside the off stump, far away from the bat of the England Masters over 50 skipper David Slingrove. David Snellgrove. Snellgrove.
There you go.
Yeah. I've been trying to get that name properly for quite some time. Snellgrove.
Is that
Am I correct?
correct?
Thank you. So I'll break that into two and say it's easy,
Yeah.
much easier.
Probably easier that way.
Snellgrove. So David Snellgrove is the batter now, right-handed, facing Jimmy White from the fine. Jimmy White, and that again, he's been trying to. We saw this the same kind of thing being done by Gills on the other side, where he when he was batting on the commentary box end as well, he was trying a few pull and hook shots, and eventually when he got on the other side, he was successful in one, and that delivery beats him just outside the off stump. Good delivery by Jimmy White.
Bit of a loose touch from David there. Probably wasn't quite there to hit. Trying to hit very hard through the covers. Lucky for him, he didn't get a ledge.
That's right. On and off they'd be missing trying to pull, and that shot again he was successful in his pull shot, but that went directly to the mid-wicket, short mid-wicket area. No run. Total 26 made no over. There are 26 for no loss. England over 50 Masters. 7 overs gone. So 7 overs gone, 26 runs on the board. little below the required run rate, but nevertheless the English Masters over-50 skipper is there at the crease. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's a experienced contender here from Lancashire, am I correct?
Correct, yes, Lancashire.
So and
Giles Nicholson is from Essex.
Giles from Essex. Okay, yeah. So two experienced players here facing the Zimbabwe. Skipper very well bowled there on the right on the block hole, played defensively, no run, just very watchfully there by this left-handed David Snellgrove. Beautifully played. The slash that outside the ball, pitching outside the off stump, gave the batter a little bit of whip there by the bowler. No mistakes, 4 runs to the total, and 4 runs to the total, the individual total of
30 now. Total.
and total moves to 30 for no loss. That's a must read boundary for England Masters over-50 here, coming off the bat of David.
No, Giles.
Snellgrove. Oh, that's Giles. All right.
Left-hander.
All right, that's Giles.
Yeah, Giles.
Left-handed Giles, well played there. Again on the front foot, just a few steps up, coming out of the crease. He can afford to do that because the wicket keeper is far down. There's no way of getting a stump in there. Again, a couple of steps up, plays defensively. No run. 30 runs for no wicket. England Masters over-50 here. That again came down the track. Giles, but he wanted to kind of go over the top, but decided against it at the last minute.
Good running from Giles there. Pushed down to mid-on. And came through for his single. 31 the score off 8. Maintains the strike.
31 runs on the board. Chasing this 220 runs that they'll have to get in their allotted 45 overs are 31 for no loss. And these two batters just trying to build this English over-50 Masters innings, playing against the Zimbabweans. Same bowler will continue. Why not? They've been bowling. I mean, they have not gone for that many runs as such.
No, they've beaten the bat once or twice. Well, certainly
Yeah.
White has. I'm not sure Brian has Goodwin has beaten the bat much, but certainly White's bowled pretty well, and with a bit of luck he would have a wicket or two.
Giles is the batter, left-handed, number 4 on the jersey, and we have Jason. I beg your pardon, Jimmy White, and that ball hit firmly over mid-wicket. 4 runs to him. 4 runs beautifully executed by Giles there. He is very strong on the onside, waited for it and just launched the onslaught. Very nicely played there by
That's the
Giles.
first pull he's actually got hold of, but I think he's just got used to the pace of the wicket now.
That's right, he missed a couple.
And he didn't try to hit it too hard, but he timed it beautifully. Flew to the boundary.
White comes in. Again, a punch towards the bowler himself. No damage done, no run. The total is 38 for no loss. Am I right?
35.
35, yeah. I beg your pardon. 35 for no loss. England Masters over-50. Now this Giles facing. That ball nicely put away in the gap there between mid-wicket and short square leg. 4 runs to the total, beautifully executed by off the bat of Gilles. Gets 4 to the total. And
Identical position. The lady who's taking some photos by the look of it is well positioned to pick up the ball and throw it back.
Absolutely, absolutely.
They put a man out and with wicket now.
I'm wondering whether he's aiming at hitting the ball towards the lady because she has the camera with her.
Yeah, possibly.
So it appears to me that Gilles wants it picture taken, and if you look at his stance as well, little tilted towards the onside there. And again, nice bit of cut shot, runs the ball through to the point there, no run. 38 runs on the board for no wicket England Masters Over-50. We are on the 9th over of this English innings. Again, beats him with that, just an attempted shot outside the off stump. Couldn't get hold of that, no run. There's also a fine leg, almost in line with the wicket keeper, just about few yards, but which gives the indication that he's going to bowl wicket to wicket, and he's been positioned there as fine leg just for that odd one which may go down the leg stump. So that comes to
expect to see some spin introduced from the Zimbabwe fairly soon. I think in this heat, I think 5 overs is probably more than enough of seam bowling.
Yep, but
wicketkeepers,
you're right, but
change the field a little bit. Wicketkeepers looks like to stand up.
Wicketkeeper standing up, and to the Zimbabwean skipper there, beautifully put away again, but it goes direct to the fieldsman at mid-on. No run. The bowler is Brian Goodwin. Right arm over the wicket to the batter, David, the skipper of New Zealand. That ball put away beautifully through the covers, boundary into the gap, 4 runs, and that brings 4 runs to the total, much needed boundary for England Masters Over-50, and takes the total to 43 for no loss. England cruising well here. They are chasing a target of 220, the target made by Zimbabwe this morning, which they made losing 6 wickets. Goodwin comes again. That ball pulled away towards the deep square leg, in between the finer, a square fine leg there, in between deep square leg and a fine leg. It just came from the fine leg area and picked it up. Ball comes into the wicket keeper's hand, just a single, and which brings Gilles on strike. Brian Goodwin is the bowler coming from the press box end. That ball hit firmly just over the top, and just one bounce to the boundary. I thought for a moment that it went over the rope, but just one bounce.
Just short one bounce. Lovely shot from Giles.
Lovely shot from Giles.
I think he's been looking to do that against Brian Goodwin in the last over, using his feet coming up the wicket, so he can't use his feet now because the keeper's standing up. So he stayed in his crease and then just plonked it over mid-off. Lovely shot, well timed.
Godwin comes in, right arm over again. And again, the same location, 4 runs to him. Giles waited for it, waited for the flight and delivery. I did not see that amount of spin there by Goodwin. Nevertheless, the batter picked it up well on the front foot, sent it away from the mid-off field.
We come round the wicket, see if that helps him at all.
Round the wicket this time to the left-handed batter. That's well bowled, but the English batters, good running, very quick off the field, and the non-striker also responded. That is David Snellgrove. 53 runs, 10 overs gone. England chasing 221 to win this game.
Looks like White's going to continue. I think Goodwin's definitely coming off. We'll change of bowling and knock this over the next one.
White is still the bowler. He's coming in from the far end. He'll be bowling to
Giles Eccleston.
Giles. The left-handed Giles waiting to face Jimmy White. White comes in. Right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. And again, nicely taken the gap there. 4 runs were written on that from the very word go when he played that shot. Very well executed. 4 runs to total 57 for Donors England. They are cruising well. These two batters are putting the foundation for the rest of the group, the middle order, to just go ahead and do the honours. White comes in, right arm over the wicket again. Nicely put away to find a area for a quick single as 1 to the total, and gets the skipper on strike, David Snellgrove.
Yes, he drinks after this over. England will be, as long as they survive these 4 balls, will be very well pleased with the total. Going on at 5s roughly, which is
Absolutely.
just exactly what England need. Wickets in hand.
Just rotate the strike and
It's good running between the wickets and a few lusty blows.
cut firm, on the back foot, driven firmly towards the cover area. No run. Again, pushed it towards mid on by Giles. No run. What's the score now?
58.
Score is 58. England Masters over 50 for no wicket here. And that ball got a thick outside edge, went through the slip cordon there, and the first slip, it is Stuart Kashlul
Yeah, definite chance there. Was a thick edge, went between keeper and first slip. Shouldn't really be much of a gap there. Don't know whose catch it was really. The keeper maybe have died of a cross, but went through the gap, and fortunately for England, down to the boundary for another 4.
Ball wide out of the off stump.
That will be drinks, 62 for none at 11 overs, and it's drinks time for the players.
Drinks time for the players, and we take a
We'll take a quick drink as well.
Yeah, be back here wide. Right, as we come back after drinks break, just for listeners and viewers who have just tuned in or trying to figure out where we are live streaming this from, is from Sri Lanka, from Bandaragama, just 1 hour's drive of the main test grounds. Bandaragama. From Bandaragama, the match between Zimbabwe Over-50s and England Over-50s Masters in this Masters Over-50s World Cup. The group games happening, which started today in Colombo, Sri Lanka. So joining me in the comment box now is Bob Baxter, and Bob Baxter, myself, and Tony Wood are the commentators here, bringing up this live streaming from Sri Lanka to especially the viewers in England and in Zimbabwe. So welcome back, Bob. England cruising well.
I've got to change bowling after the drinks break.
Yes, and that's Nalaka Fernando, number 18, a Sri Lankan who is residing in Zimbabwe, has been brought into the attack by the Zimbabwe skipper These two batters are going well and past the 50 mark now. No wickets down, chasing this total of 220. 11 overs gone. We just had the drinks break. So it appears to me that this is a gettable target given the fast outfield and the depth of batting that the Englishman has got with them, Bob.
Yeah, I think we've both had a little bit of luck. Snellgrove in the last over before drinks probably should have been caught by somebody, either the wicketkeeper or the slip. Went through them both. Giles earlier on had a pull shot which flew over the slips, so we haven't had it all our own way, although there's been some excellent shots, especially from Giles, who's on 38 not out, and David Snellgrove's on 19 not out. And that's just hit that first ball from Fernando has been hit out of the ground by Giles Eccleston for 6. Big slog sweep over mid wicket, well over the fielder's head into over the fence.
Over the fence, yeah, beautifully executed. So this left-hander, that's Giles, yeah.
Giles is, I mean, possibly possibly the best batsman in over 50s cricket in the world. I mean, his last 2 innings have both been for England abroad have been one at Newlands, and we got 120 odd not out in the final when we beat South Africa in the 23 World Cup final, and 100 the other day at PUSA Grounds against Sri Lanka. So he likes batting.
Absolutely. Okay, that ball again on the back foot. He wanted to go for a big one again, Giles, but a little bit of missed time there. So Fernando is getting a little bit of hitting by this batter again. Punched it towards the extra cover area. A little bit of fumble there by the fieldsman, and the batters crossed over for 3 runs. Two runs. 2 runs to Giles. He seems to be in good nick, and as Bob was saying, he's one of the better batters in world cricket of over 50s, and that again from the full face of the bat punches it towards the mid-off, and that's a single to Giles.
Takes him on to 47.
This is okay. 47, 3 runs short of another 50. The last match he played 2 days back with Sri Lanka, over 50s Masters, he got a 125, and he's continuing his good form here, and he's really pumped up with that 6, which really went over the fence. And this is a big ground. It's actually the 2nd largest ground in Sri Lanka.
There's been some big 6s today, because the Zimbabwean chap who got 100, he hit some 6s.
Oates.
Yeah, he hit
Jason Oates.
He hit some big 6s as well. As you say, it's not a small ground by any stretch. In fact, it hit 9 6s. I've just been told by
9 6s.
Alan Jones, the scorer. Thank you, Alan.
Yes, he got 9. He went for 9 sixers and 5 sixers and 9 boundaries. Yeah, that was Jason Oates, 5 sixes and 9 boundaries, and that ball just down the track, beautifully driven, finds the gap between extra cover and mid-off. 4 runs to Giles there, beautifully executed, and that brings his 50 half century for Giles. A beautifully executed nice bit of batting here by Giles. He's just continuing his form from the Sri Lankan match. That was a warm-up game which he played at the PUSA Oval in Colombo, and continuing his form at Bandaragama at this PUSA stadium.
Yeah, an excellent over for England there. 6 and a 4 from Giles in there. 76 for none off 12.
That's quite an expensive over, and there's total
Total is 77 off 12.
Sorry,
77 runs of 12 overs now, and that was quite an expensive over. Good over for England, expensive over for Zimbabwe. So these two batters are going pretty well now. It's a new bowler. It's coming to the attack from the far end. I will give you the name in a while. It is Stuart Kashula. Stuart Kashula is the bowler. Bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-handed skipper of this England over 50, and that was shortish delivery. Wanted to go over the infield there, but again did not time that ball properly by David Snellgrove. Went to the short mid-wicket area, no run. Again pitched up delivery, pushes it to cover. He wants a single but sent back by Giles there. No run to the total. So far dot balls with this number 88 Stuart Kashula. Nicely put away between Skralik and the short mid wicket for a quick single there, which brings Giles on strike. One to the total. So these two batters, they put the wrong one or the bad balls to the rope, either a six or a boundary, and just get the strike rotating, taking singles and twos, which is a good sign, and way to go where England or Masters over 50 team is concerned. So the bowler, I guess he's bowling off spinners from the far end there, bowling to Giles. Stuart Kusla is the bowler, and the captain of Zimbabwe, Brian Goodwin, marshalling his fielders, is just pushing the just squarish squallig, or rather short squallig, I would say, in between short squallig. It's standing inside the circle. That ball beats him just outside the off stump. Wants to send it through the gap between, I beg your pardon, that's a cover fielder and the extra cover, but there is a fielder feeding, there's a deep extra cover in that. So
Cover's quite deep, so Giles just seeing that he's quite deep, just pushed it into the gap and run a very easy single.
yes, the previous one he wanted to just send it through the gap there, but missed it. But next time just took a single, playing it to the extra cover area. Again a very well bowled there. Ball running down to the boundary. I think he got a yes, it's got a thick outside edge. 4 runs to the total, and off the bat edge of that was Giles, correct?
That was just David Snellgrove.
Okay, that's
He's 83
David.
for none off 13.
83 runs for no wicket of 13 overs. That went off the bat of David Snellgrove. That's a good blowing going across the ground, which kind of gives the fieldsman and the batters a little bit of cooler feeling, including the umpires, the two umpires for this game, Sarvan Kumar Venkatesh and Peter William. So Sarvan Kumar Venkatesh is the head umpire now, and Nalaka Fernando is the man, jersey number 18, operating from the press box end. There's a deep mid-wicket, deep extra cover in place for Giles, and because square of the wicket, Giles tend to play well. So there is a deep mid wicket and covering that shot on the back foot. And there again a good delivery by Lanka, just played defensively, runs the ball towards the point area, no run. Lanka Fernando operating from the commentary box end. Flighted delivery, an orthodox off spinner there, pitched just on midland leg and ball turning towards the off stump of the left-handed batter. Giles defensively played with respect that it needed, and this ball, he comes down the track, punches it towards the mid-off for a quick single, takes that gets another single to the total, 84 to the total, and brings the skipper David Sengrove to Snellgrove to face Lanka, and a fieldsman has been placed at the deep mid wicket area. Lanka comes in, flighted delivery, punts beautifully, gets the gap, 4 runs, nicely struck by the batter there.
A lovely shot from Snellgrove, through cover, used his feet, slower delivery, got to the pitch of the ball and stroked it through extra cover. Lovely shot.
Good shot by Snellgrove. Lovely shot, 4 runs to the total, takes the total to 88. Oh, that's a little bit of misfield there, ball running down towards the boundary. Yes, another 4 to Snellgrove here, off the bowling of Lanka Fernando, because that was 92, 14 overs gone, 92 for no loss. England batters are cruising well towards this target of 220 posted by Zimbabwe this morning. And that was largely due to the batting of Jason Oates, who got 107 of 116 deliveries with 5 sixes and 9 fours. That was a good innings by him, and if not for that, Zimbabweans were a little bit in trouble at the very initial stages of the game, where they were 3 wickets down. It had to be Oates and Gavin Lindsay who kind of consolidated and put the foundation to build for the Zimbabweans to reach a total of 220. So 92 runs on the board for England Masters over 50. No wickets taken by Zimbabwe. They're trying their level best, and the skipper Brian Goodwin marshalling his men to where the places where the bowler wants them to be, but yet not been lucky to get a wicket. That ball again, just a late cut, little bit of nudge there towards the short third man area. No run. And that ball pitched up, pitch delivery, played over the infield. Sixer there, beautifully executed on the offside this time by Giles. So he's scoring all over the ground. Last time we saw him hit a few towards the mid-wicket area. His cuts and pulls have been fantastic, and here 2 steps up just drove that ball firmly between extra cover and mid-off boundary for a 6. So add 6 to the total. Total moves to 98 for no loss here. And that ball just drifting towards the leg stump. Giles very watchfully played. No hurry, no run. That ball again on the back foot, cuts it firmly towards the sweeper cover area. They are picked up just inside the boundary line. As the ball comes in, the batters crossed over for a single, which brings David Snellgrove on strike. The bowler is
Stuart.
Stuart, yeah. Stuart Kashula.
Kashula.
Very well fielded there by Kashula, driving to his right, and that brings to the end of Kashula's over. Total
99 or 50.
99 runs of 15 overs is what the England batters have gone so far, chasing this target of 220 posted by Zimbabwe.
Yeah, great start from England. First power play out the way, so Zimbabwe can now have an extra fielder out if they wish so. They've now allowed 4 out for the next 15 overs out of the circle. But yeah, it couldn't have been a better start for England. 99, no loss, and the rest of the team will be hoping that these two just carry on.
And that ball from Nalaka Fernando. Giles just 2 steps up and drives it firmly towards the deep mid-on, long on area.
That's the 100 up.
100 up for England, yes. 100 runs.
100 partnership for these two.
And 100 partnership as well. Fantastically executed by the skipper and Giles of England. The 2 openers still at the crease, chasing this target, just 120 runs behind the target posted by Zimbabwe. No wickets down. So Nala comes in with the next one. That ball wide outside the leg stump. So obviously he's been hit to all parts of this ground. So he's losing his rhythm. Nalaka. And just flicked off the wrist towards the square leg area. Batters are coming over for the second and appeal for a run out there. Yep. Giles was very lucky not to be run out there, as the throw came right into the hands of the bowler Nalaka. Whipped the bells off, but umpire was very watchful and he said no, you're in, and the batters are
very close to me from here.
Yeah, absolutely. Very close to me as well. For a moment I was thinking whether it was out, but the umpires certainly thought otherwise. And so skipper not out. Nalaka comes in from the commentary box in. That ball, the skipper David Snellgrove trying to cut that ball, just misses it. And no run. Nalaka comes in, and that ball,
No ball. I think.
no ball.
That's
Too high. No ball signaled by the umpire and put away to the third man boundary for 4. So gets 1 to the 4 runs to the total, and Nalaka has not been able to find his rhythm at all from the very word go, from the very first ball that he bowled. Bob, I haven't seen him bowl into a good line and length.
No, Giles has got after him a little bit, and I think it's kind of affected his rhythm, isn't it? Giles has decided to plonk him down the ground a few times, and I think hasn't helped his confidence or his rhythm.
Yeah, for the moment Giles is on the non-striker's end. And that one again hit hard towards the mid-off area, crossed over for a single, quick one there. That gets 1 to the total. These 2 batters are going well, by England
not going to be out of this game very quickly.
That ball on the back foot by Giles there. Hit firmly to long on. Just easy single to the total. And 1-1-1 Nelson is the total, am I right? That's right. So, and it's the skipper of England who is facing this delivery. That ball again pushed it towards the short mid-wicket area. No runs there. And it's Kushlal is the bowler. And that ball totally mistimed, little late on getting onto the back foot there. He was not very sure, went on the front foot and lately came onto the back foot, mistimed it, and the ball almost fell just close to his body. Again, with the roll of the wrist, he's trying to steer the ball to the gap, but could not get through to that. Kushlal is coming right arm over the wicket to the right-handed David Snellgrove of England, the skipper of England, Masters over 50. Stuart Kushlal, flighter delivery, very well bowled. That is the kind of length that he should be bowling. And at the end of 17 overs gone, Nelson 1-1-1 is the total England batters put up thus far, chasing this total of 220 posted by Zimbabwe.
Halfway there, basically.
Absolutely halfway there. So just 17 overs gone. So these two batters have gone on well. Bob?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a few poor deliveries as well, which they've done well to put away, but Charles has actually played some lovely shots as well, a couple of big sixes, and Davies pushed a few through the covers. They just batted very well. A little bit of fortune here and there. No actual drops as such.
And that ball from Nalaka Fernando beautifully struck all long on, 6 runs to the total. Fantastic playing by Giles there, the left-handed, flexing his muscles now. Beautifully executed there. Flighter delivery, waited for it and just launched it like a missile. It went towards the side screen. Good to watch Giles batting because very free-flowing, very easy-going batter he is.
Amazing batsman, really. Seems to get runs every time I watch him play. Sure, it's not quite the case, but it does feel that way. And
that on the back foot, he just went trot back on the back foot, little late on that, and misses it. It goes to wicket keeper's hands. No damage done. And that ball punched firmly towards the boundary. Yes, beats the fieldsman there. Boundary, 4 runs again on off the bat of Giles. So 4 to the total, takes the total to 121 for no wicket. England just exactly 100 runs behind the total target of 220. The target given by the Zimbabweans batting first this morning here in this PUSA ground at Bandaragama. And Giles with that boundary moves to 70. He's batting pretty well, just continuing his form from where he stopped playing against the Sri Lankans. And that ball again, pistol played, should be out here. Yes, taken. And as I was saying that he's shaping into getting to his rhythm to get to that 100 mark, just hit that ball up in there and that's a good wicket for Nalaka Fernando. He takes the breakthrough. First wicket falls for England Over-50 Masters team. He was well on target, cruising away with his bat towards another century, but had to fall short of that. Out for 70. Good bit of delivery, flighted delivery of Nalaka Fernando, caught at long on, and he has to depart. It is Smith, number 14. Smith is the
Roy
first.
Smith takes his place at number 3.
Royston Smith is coming at number 3, taking the place of Gills there. So England 1-1, correct?
Yes.
1-1 for 1 wicket now. Bob, what do you think of that dismissal?
Well, he'd obviously made his mind up that he was going to go for the bowling. He played so well. One shot too many, you could say, but that's the way he plays, and it didn't quite get it, and it went up in the air and was fairly comfortably caught at long on. Just didn't get hold of it. Shame for England, but great start. 120 for 1 roughly. Could have asked for a better start, and with so many overs to go, 28 overs to get 100 being in the pound seats, as they say. Roy Smith takes his place. Roy plays also Essex, not same team as Giles.
Okay.
And he's another one that likes to hit the ball quite hard. So I think he'll play himself in. He usually bats 4 or 5. They put him in at 3 today. I think he'll want to have a little look at the bowling. He's got plenty of time to play himself in. But if he gets in, I think you'll see the ball hit as hard, if not harder, than Giles. Is
that right? Okay. Understand. So that's good for people who enjoy batting. May not be good news for the Zimbabweans though, but nevertheless they have taken the wicket of Giles. He was pretty set, looking at another 100 back to back if he had got that, but fell short of about 30 runs at the end. Nalaka Fernando is the wicket taker there. He's been quite expensive though, but nevertheless have been able to take that wicket of the free-flowing Giles of this England Over-50 cricket side. So Nalaka a little pumped up with that wicket, marshalling his men, rather assisting the skipper to set the field for himself for the new batter, right-handed batter, Royston Smith, facing first delivery from Nalaka Fernando. First one just punched towards mid-off, and that's a good over from Nalaka. Took the wicket of Giles. No run in that last delivery, which keeps the non-striker David Snellgrove on strike, and we have to see who the bowler would be. Yes, the bowler is going to be Stuart Kushla, coming right arm over the wicket to the skipper of England. He's bowled into a point to cover, a shortish mid-off and a little deeper mid-off at the end of the infield there, and you got a deep mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a short square leg. The batter just angles the bat and sends the ball through to the point fieldsman. No damage done, no run.
Yeah, it's not great. We want to make sure that we don't lose another. You don't want both people out quickly. You don't want 2 new batsmen at the crease. So hopefully David will just do what he did then and just push it through the covers, keep picking up singles, just hit the bad ball before. So what you don't want is two new batters at the crease playing themselves in, and sometimes a bit of pressure comes in if you get 2 new men in. So Snellgrove's got an important role here to stay around, pick up the singles, and as I said, the other 4 he bowls a bad ball.
And that ball very well bowled by Stuart Kausla. Going to Royston Smith, just glance it towards the short fine leg area. Just one to the single. That's a bye. That's a bye, correct?
Yeah.
Adds one to the total, 222. Flight and delivery driven firmly, picked up equally well, and as the throw comes in, almost the non-striker's end batter was outside the crease, and no sooner he saw the ball being thrown at the wicket, he rushed back to his mark. No damage done. 222 for 1 wicket England, and that was very well bowled. Got a little bit of spin there, ball moving towards the from middle and off towards the leg stump. Batters were looking at taking a single, nevertheless decided against it, and that brings the end of that over.
1, 2, 3 off 19.
19 overs gone, 123 is the total, chasing a total of 220 posted by Zimbabwe this after morning. And if you look at the Zimbabwe innings, it was Jason Oates who got 107, who really was the man behind building up this total for Zimbabwe. He scored that 107 of 116 deliveries with 5 sixes and 9 boundaries. And when the Englishman came into bat, it was fantastic bit of batting by Giles and the other opener David Snellgrove, where the partnership was over 100. Just the partnership broke a little while ago, where he was caught by the bowling of Nalak of Fernando a little while ago, with the total of 121, and now 123 is the total, chasing this total of 121 to win. Just 98 runs to get.
We have a change of bowler. Looks like we've got Vagaria. Not sure how to pronounce his name, to be honest, but I might get a bit of help. So he's been bowled from left
26.
Left arm around the wicket. Starts with the wide.
That's a wide signal. Dash Vegmaria.
Dash Vagaria.
Vegmaria.
He's bowling with his cap on.
Dash.
A little bit odd, but there you go.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have got permission from the umpire that he'd be called no ball. That was very well ball. Wraps him on his pads. An appeal there by Dash. Rejected by the umpire. He comes left arm round the wicket to Royston Smith, troubling the batter a little bit. Dash coming from the press box end, bowling to Royston Smith, right-hander. That ball almost beat him with that spin, but the batter was not very sure. Ball kept a little lower than expected, and some of the Sri Lankan wickets, sometimes this part of Sri Lanka, it tend to happen, where as the day progresses, the ball tend to keep a little lower than expected, which always keeps the batters guessing, and that's exactly what happened the previous delivery. Just one to go of this 20th over of this English innings, over 50 Masters. And Dash is the bowler to Royston Smith. Comes in from press box ends, left arm round the wicket. That ball beautifully executed there. He found the gap in between cover and mid off, beautifully done there. 4 runs to the total off the bat of Royston Smith, all along the ground, and the total moves to 128 for 1 wicket. England chasing 120. I beg your pardon, 220.
A great shot from Roy. Yeah, give him a bit of confidence. A little bit at sea, a couple of balls beforehand, but got one in his arc, and he put it away through covers. And it's a bit of a shame there. He's got another one that he possibly should have put away down the leg side, but it's a wide.
That's a huge wide, I would say.
Yeah, big wide.
Big one. So that also keeps the batters guessing sometimes.
Well, yeah.
Again, just picked up that on the half volley there, just punches it towards mid wicket, takes a single, and that brings the end of the 20th over. 130 for 1 wicket.
Welcome, Woody.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Narlin.
So you've been having a little break and watching Giles and smash it all around the ground.
Yes, it's still very hot out there, and not much running required between the wickets from when Giles was batting. Well, although they bowled very well, Zimbabwe.
I think they had the far end on quite
Yes,
well, white.
yes. Just varying the pace a little bit. That's a nice shot down on the leg side for 4 runs. So Roy Smith scores 4 runs, adds to his total. Score moves on to 131 for 1.
35.
Apologies, 134 for 1 on my screen. Yes, Roy Smith's first World Cup, gets forward nicely, just trying to get the line and length and pace of the pitch. Just played to the offside for no run. No rush there for England. They've batted very well, and obviously 221 is the target for them to win this one-day international. It's been a good contest. $124, is it?
134.
134, Alan.
134 off 21. Bit of a mix in this last bowling. A couple of big wides.
Mid-wicket long on and behind square deep, but that's the region where David likes to play. Nicely taken single on the offside. Looks very fluent at the moment, David, running between the wickets well, just stroking the ball, waiting for the ball to come on.
Must be nearing a 50, mustn't he, Jonesy? 43 for Snellgrove.
played a good role with Giles Eccleston. That was a fine innings from Giles. Don't know whether he got a little bit tired at the end, Bob, or whether he was just going.
We just seemed
wanted to go for it.
I think he just wanted to go for it, really. I think he'd made his mind up that it was going to be finished quite quickly.
Yes.
But he just didn't get hold of the last one, and
there's the potential for 3. Well, this is the second largest ground, I believe, in Sri Lanka. Not a test ground yet.
No.
That was a wide, wasn't it?
Well, did he give it?
No, maybe he moved his position such that it wouldn't have been a wide, the batter. But
Pretty wide to me. There you go. He's the umpire. I'm not.
as he comes in, Smith's hit that, and that's a big 6. Woohoo! That's gone all the way. And Roy Smith just stands back and has a smile to himself. He's hit that one nicely. In fact, I can see the grin on his face from here, about 90 metres away. He's pleased with that, as you can see.
He certainly got hold of that.
Playing his first World Cup. I'm sure he's got plenty more to come for England. And that's very watchful, well bowled. Just varying the pace a little bit at end of the over.
141.22.
So 22 overs gone, 141 for 1, and it's a drinks break, so we'll come back to you in a minute.
But England now require 80 runs. Big field here, so there's plenty of singles, very difficult to defend. Right, it looks like Stuart Kashula's coming back, still carrying on from the far end. We'll be having Hugh Henry on a little bit later for the guest slot. He's also doing his scoring, so we're going to find out about Anson St George and what Hugh is doing, and for England as well, as Stuart Kashula continues. There's a single out there to long on from David Snellgrove. He carries on and continues. He's getting closer to his 50 runs. He's currently on 45 or 58 balls.
Yes, he's kind of gone along quietly, but still scoring at a reasonable rate. Obviously played second fiddle a bit to Giles, but batted nicely and given some confidence for the rest of the tour.
Sorry, I should have said 44 or 57 balls, and Roy Smith is on 15 currently. That's cut off the back foot, and the fielder's there. No runs. Good stop from the mid-off. Richard Jarvis is at mid-off for Zimbabwe. They got down quickly to his left. Even looked like a long barrier, which is amazing how quick that came to him. Nice take. Should be a leg side wide, and that's being called by the umpire. A little quicker that ball from Kashula.
Uh-oh.
Umpire's just seen us. There's about 7 hands waving. And that's gone in the air, and he's dropped him. So Roy Smith's had a life there, should have easily been taken. I was just saying that Richard Jarvis had excelled with that previous ball, but he's just dropped that. Looked like an easy catch, so he's given a life to Roy Smith. Didn't quite get under it, did he, Bob?
Reasonably hard, but should really went straight at him. He should be catching those really.
That's a single to long on, just on the leg, so very unlucky there. Stuart Kashula should have had a wicket in that over. Quite an easy chance to Jarvis, which went down, but there we are. It is quite difficult to pick the ball up, the pink ball within the green background, but I'm sure he'll be disappointed with that. Anyway, change of bowling, back to Dash Vagmaria, or Darshan I think his full name is. Bowled very well so far, varied his pace, a couple on the leg side, but obviously it's the first game of this IMC Over-50s World Cup for both England and Zimbabwe. Lots of cricket ahead of these guys, they've got to stay fit.
Yes, we've got a day off tomorrow.
Yes, every side has a bye.
Yeah, one day they don't play.
That's a beautiful shot. Is he going to get that? No, it looks as though it's just it's 6 runs. So that drop catch could be costly. Roy Smith's a very strong hitter of the ball. The Essex batter, who played alongside actually in the over 40s last year with Darren Stevens, the former Kent and England Lion, and also Nick Compton. So he's got good pedigree, Roy Smith, and that's his 50. No, sorry, 150. I apologise. Sorry, I was getting a little bit of information from my colleague on the right. It was 150 up. Oh, that's hit very hard. Very hard to the offside. So, yeah, that's he's making that drop catch pay for Zimbabwe here. They've just gone a little bit flat in the field there, which naturally always happens. It's got a bit cooler out there. It's a nice breeze now coming from the right to left, as you can probably see from the fluttering flags. Just tickled down the leg side. That might certainly be 2. could just be pulled up, which it is. So it's 2 runs to Roy Smith. Starting to flex those muscles now.
Yes, the host country are playing USA today, and looks like it could be a good game. 209 USA and 110 for 3 Sri Lanka.
No run there, as Roy Smith just tries to steer that down the third man region. It's driven. Well picked up by Vang Maria. No run there.
24 overs gone, 156 for 1. There is 65 needed.
In 129 balls.
I think it's 130, but I'm going to pick it as 1.
It probably is. You're absolutely right. Computer says. Importantly,
126 balls.
Importantly, David Snellgrove is on 44. And I have a very nice little app that I'm going to play when he comes on, which you'll appreciate, a little noise that comes over the microphone. We'll add our own sound effects. Okay, so David Snellgrove to face, Stuart Kashula to continue with his right arm off spin, bowled very well. And he just plays that safely into the offside. So England getting closer to their total. Is it 221 required?
Required, yes.
Earlier in the day, Zimbabwe had a wonderful innings from Jason Oates, who scored a very good 100. It's cut, no run. Oh, it's just gone past the fielder, so a little bit of tiredness there on the point fielder. Just the one to Snellgrove. Takes him on to 45. Roy Smith facing. There he comes forward. No run that. Plenty of time. Do you think the wicket's got a little bit flatter as the day's gone on? Or has it just been evenly?
I think
it's been a good wicket for sure.
I think I was asked, is 220? I think it's probably par or a little bit below. And if we backed sensibly and well, we should back ourselves to get them.
Yes.
Because the wicket's pretty good. It's not spinning a lot.
No.
It's not seamy a lot. A little bit of bounce, which Sharp got obviously, but he is 6'6" or whatever it is. So it's like to get a bit of bounce on most wickets.
Well, 2 off the last ball there from Smith, who just cut that out to the deep extra cover region. So that completes the over.
I mean, they did well to get to being 30 odd for 3 or whatever they were to get to 220 was, gave them something to bowl at, but I still think it was a bit short on this wicket, this outfield. Like, once it goes.
The umpire and the stumps. Nicely cut off the back foot there and fielded. I think that's Stuart Kashula there at the point. Yeah, it is. Very athletically slid down there to his right to pick that up, save a single or 4 if got past him. Well, it's a full toss, or certainly Snellgrove's made it into. It's 1 more to the total for Snellgrove. didn't quite get hold of that. Quite a long boundary on that side. Some of those sixes that were hit by Eccleston were quite substantial.
They were, yes.
Looks in good touch, doesn't he, Giles Eccleston, for England? It's nicely played off the legs. Just a single there. Lovely. Quickly through from David Snellgrove. Just a single. Another one to the total for Roy Smith.
Yes, he's almost scored 200 runs on this trip already, which he's only been here about 3 days.
Well, what impressed me was the way he used his feet to come down the wicket. He didn't look to, you know, he hit hard, but he played good cricket shots and drove the ball well. That's a nice shot from Snellgrove. Again, made that into a full toss, but couldn't get it past the infield. I think that might be. Is that Simba there? Well, he's known as Simba. Extra cover. That's a nice shot from Snellgrove. Just took that off his toes, and that's the skipper. Brian Goodwin there. He bowled very well at the start. I thought his right arm off spin was excellent. Clearly, without the likes of someone like Murray Goodwin, a side is always going to be somewhat under strength. But they played very well here today, Zimbabwe, and all that just took up. That was a lovely ball. Fortunately, it was quite a long way forward there, Roy Smith, and got everything behind it. Just Bagmari just teasing Smith there. A little bit more flight. End of the over. Now 162 for 1, requiring 59 runs off 114 balls. So 59 runs required off 114 balls. The balls. He's on 47 off 64 balls. So one shot will do it for David Snellgrove. I think for his first 50 for a few innings actually. I'm not sure on the stats there. And he's just gone on the back foot, just played that through, should be just a single. Takes him on to 48. Nicely played off the back foot by Roy Smith, just pushing the deep extra. There's no run there. Well fielded by Mark Warhurst there, who's on the deep extra cover boundary. Just keeping David Snellgrove at bay here. He's come down and he's been stumped. So David Snellgrove succumbed to the ball. Stuart Kashula, probably just reward for his efforts today with the ball, but unfortunately David's come down the track, missed it, and he's been smartly taken by Malcolm Jones, the wicketkeeper, for a very well earned 48 as the drinks come on.
It's lost a bit of patience there. Tied down a little bit, hasn't he? But he tried to do something a bit different, came up the wicket, and as I said, probably just got a bit slightly bogged down in the 40s, didn't he?
Yes. Not his shot really, I would say, for David. He loves the ball coming on. It just wasn't the pace. But there's a fine knock from David Snellgrove. So anchored the innings there beautifully for England. So in comes Nasir. Yeah, that's super. Well played, David. Nice round of applause from the crowd here. Yeah, okay, I think we can let that go, don't you, crowd? Thank you, yeah. I hope you like the sound effects. We're multitasking here. If I can just ask Alan, what was Giles, what did he end up on?
72.
72, Eccleston. So an amazing innings there, hit the ball well and hard, all parts of the ground. Good to see John Wildman there, who's not playing today, doing drinks duties and getting lots of ice out to the guys. So first bat for Nasir Ahmed in this World Cup and on tour. England won't want to lose another wicket now, that's for sure. So you've got to keep chipping away at the Zimbabwe bowlers, who have bowled very well. Just plays that nicely, just leant on the ball into the onside as the man from long on comes in. Just a single to Ahmed there, gets him off the mark.
165 for 2, 27.
Thank you, Alan. 165 for 2 off 27, if you can hear that back at home or wherever you're listening in from.
Hopefully someone from Wembley is listening in to Alan Jones, who's England's scorer. Travels all around the world with England over 40s and 50s every year, doing the scoring. So it's Darshan Vagmaria still to continue. He's wearing his cap, likes wearing his cap. It's quite unusual, isn't it, to see bowlers wearing caps. Boycott did that once, didn't he? But did he turn his cap backwards?
Round, I think,
Yes. A bit like what Zulfikar Butt does.
Yeah.
I noticed that he turned it round, although he did take his cap off today for a bit.
Yeah.
He obviously got very hot.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. He bowled well today, Solfi. Little cut there, late cut, no run. Likes that shot, Ahmed. I think it's a time for England to really concentrate now and use their experience not to lose wickets. That's it. Just singles if they can look for them. Well done, Gavin Lindsay, as he came in from the mid-wicket region there. That's pulled. That's should go for 4 runs. Yes, it does. So 4 runs to Ahmed. 2 short from Vagmaria there. Just easy pickings there for Ahmed. Now, as you probably may know, listeners and viewers, we had an island-wide electricity shutdown earlier in the day. I don't know if things have resumed, but we have a generator that's behind us working hard. Do we know if it's been resolved?
I haven't heard. I presume the fact the generator's still buzzing away behind us, it hasn't. But
Right.
I don't know.
Must be quite a significant failure. Nicely driven. Beautiful shot. Fielder won't get to that. That's a lovely shot on the offside. 4 runs to Ahmed. Plenty of time there. Just a little bit of gardening he's doing down the wicket there. I can see from the smile on Roy Smith's face he's enjoying having a bat.
Yes, I think he enjoys batting full stop. So he's very good in the field as well. He enjoys his fielding. Some diving around, isn't he?
Adam, that's been cut. and that may well run away. I think that's Jim White who's chasing that. Done very well to pull that inside the boundary. So superb fielding from the Zimbabwe player there. But excellent
Probably
excellent
not the best
work.
running between the wickets. Must
No,
confess.
just 2 runs. So
I think they thought it'd gone for 4, didn't they?
right. I was watching the fielder at the time. He did a sterling effort, sterling job there, pulling that in. So just the 2 runs to the total takes the score on to 175 for 2 off 28 overs. Stuart Kashula continues. Got long arm out. Long on is not coming into play there. I thought Roy Smith was looking to wind up there.
Don't think it'll be long before he does.
That's well played and well bowled as well. Just saw Smith coming down the wicket, bowled a little bit quicker, a little bit shorter.
Yes, Roy's being very circumspect at the moment.
Yes, preserving his 32 at the moment, and rightly so. Plenty of time for the England batters.
It's been a good over actually, it's been very accurate, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been very good. He's bowled a very good spell actually, Stuart. That's just gone a little bit astray.
It's just a commentator's curse.
Yes, it's good. No, it's not going to be 2. He's just told Ahmed to go back. It's a leg by. And he's good at counting as well, because he's retained the strike.
I think there were 2 there actually.
Yes. So, yes, the old tricks are the best tricks.
I'll have him for that later, I think.
Yes, it could be a fine for Roy Smith. Does like his cricket bats as well. He's got, I think, 3 bats with him. He likes quite a heavy bat. I think he's worn out his grey nickels. So he's gone. I think he's been sponsored by a bat maker. Keeley, I think, was the maker I saw on the WhatsApp chat pre-tournament. That's just turned around the corner nicely. So he should be coming back for 2 there.
First ball of the game, first ball of the over, I'm sure he will.
Yes, yes. Keen to face. He's moved on to, it should be now 34. He's obviously got his sights on a 50 here. If he can do that in his first innings, will be excellent work for him and for England. Agmaria comes in and he's just played that onto the onside deep, long on. Just a single there. Nicely fielded by Brian Goodwin there. Ahmed to face. You're looking at some of the scores, Bob?
Looks like some good games going ahead around Colombo today.
Lovely sweep there, sorry to interrupt you. And a great piece of fielding there. Diving to his left.
Sri Lanka look as if they're probably going to get over the line against USA. USA 209, Sri Lanka 145 for 3. West Indies 199 for 8. South Africa 111 for 3. India 191 for 7. They crept up today. They lost 3 early wickets. Australia struggling 87 for 5.
Nicely cut. That could run away for 4 there. The player is coming round from the deep point area. He's picked it up with one hand and he's going to throw it in. Yep, he's done that. So that's 2 more to the total and 2 more to Ahmed.
Pakistan 261, big score against Wales, but Wales fighting a little bit. 90 for 1 of 20. So.
Murray has been a little bit expensive here. This is his 6th over, 0 for 44 so far. I don't think he's quite found his line.
No.
He's got a lovely rhythm, but he's just not found his line to Smith and now to Ahmed. That's gone short. It's been pulled away. It's chased by the outfielder, but he's not going to get there. Forlorn. Mark Warhurst couldn't get there, so 4 more runs to the total. And 4 more to Ahmed, who moves very swiftly on to that's 17, I believe, of 12. So it's the end of the 30th over, 15 overs still to go, but I expect they won't be required by England, who currently require 40 runs off 91 balls.
The umpire's having a little look at the ball by the look of it. It's gone out of shape, I think, I presume, or they're going.
So his first bowl in the World Cup.
A very short run, the keeper's standing back, I'm not quite sure what's going on here.
As he gets set to bowl. It's nicely forward by Smith. Patiently watches it.
I thought the keeper should stand up here, wouldn't you thought?
I think it's of that pace, isn't it?
Yes.
That you're able to. It's got a little bit of a Mike Proctor action there, of a variation.
Yeah, the keeper's decided that
Yes.
gets the helmet out and off he comes.
And that's obligatory, isn't it, for keepers, I believe, to have to wear a helmet when they're standing up. But not for batters
Not for batters now.
who are batting.
Well, he started, he maybe should have bowled a bit earlier.
Bowled very well so far.
First 3 balls have been right on the money.
As he comes in for his 4th ball, and that's just tickled down through the slip region. That'll run away for 4 runs, so there is no slip there, so 4 more to the total for Smith.
I think Roy meant to play it down this way, but I'm not quite sure it was supposed to be that fine, but the replay will tell us. But
very, very hot, just how we like it, and the people are very, very friendly.
Oh, that's just gone past the outstretched hand there. 4 runs to Ahmed. A little bit pitched up there from Vagmaria to Ahmed, who took full force, full effect of that delivery. Now, one of the interesting parts of your life is your cricket club, Anson St George. Tell me a little bit about the club and what you do there.
So the club was founded in 1952. It was a merger of 2 clubs. I joined in 1996. I was invited by my best mate, Lee Gilbert, to come and play because they were short. I hadn't played since I'd left school a few years earlier, and I've been with the club since 1996.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
And what role are you in there now?
So
you
now,
play a little bit, don't you?
I used to play. I retired a couple of years ago. I originally retired in 2017. Came out during COVID when we were desperately short. Having vowed I'd never pick up a ball, set of whites, gloves, helmet, anything again. I came back out during COVID to help the team out. Did it for another 2 years.
Wonderful.
I'm now, what am I now? Fixture secretary, match secretary, and basically I score for the club on a Sunday, every Sunday.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, without people like you, Hugh, a lot of the clubs wouldn't run, as we know. A lot of work's done by the few.
That's right. That's very, very, very true. But the few we have at Anston are very, very commendable. Can't recommend them enough. People like Jim Dale.
Always bowled him round his legs, by the looks of things. No, that's come off the keeper's pads then. I thought that had taken the bails off with the ball, but
It looks out.
It did look it for this distance. We're quite a long way away, but my apologies for any false hope for Zimbabweans there. So Ahmed's still there as Vagmaria continues around the wicket, and he comes. That's a very, very well flighted delivery, and that's the end of the over. Scores moved on to 193 for 2 of 32 overs. So, apart from all your work that you do, you've obviously been a cricketer as well.
I have.
What do you do? What would you say are your strengths?
My strength is turning up.
Yes. Well, we all need players.
Exactly.
Most teams.
So when I came back to the club,
Wonderful. It's just played by Smith there, out, no run there. It's good opportunity for Smith just to have a little bit of a knock here and a little bit more subtle in his approach, working the ball around. And you know Roy Smith, don't you? Through
I know Roy well.
cricket.
I met Roy about 15 years ago when he was still playing for Ardley Green in Essex. We've been good friends ever since. He's always been very encouraging when he plays other sides. Suppresses Sunday friendly sides, which is what my team is.
Yes.
And he's always encouraging. He always tries to make a game of it on the or always tried to make a game of it on the Sunday, because he knew that a lot of the guys that was there on the Sunday were just there for a bit of a run around and a few drinks afterwards.
And some camaraderie. So
Exactly.
A single there to Smith. He's just tucked it round the corner as England approach the total set by Zimbabwe. And what would you play? What would the format be? Would it be an overs game, or
So,
would it be?
Back in the...
He's put it down to long arm. It's going to drop short. Whippy little shot that was from Ahmed. Sorry, I interrupted
That's
you.
quite right. When we first started, when I first started, it was time games.
Yes.
And it used to be 2.5 hours, followed by an hour plus 20 overs for the team batting second.
Yeah.
And it was always a good test for players of various levels. A lot of the guys enjoyed it, some didn't. They just want to go out and thrash the ball for all it was worth. But now we mainly play 40 overs. We only play time games maybe once or twice a year.
Yeah.
Some of the
It's a
older
shame.
clubs.
It's a shame because I'd like the time game. It's known by a lot of the younger generation nowadays.
Yeah,
They all want to play overs, don't they?
exactly. They just want to get in, get out, get home.
Yes.
Never
Yes.
understood that. Never.
No. I mean, part of, as we know from cricket, when you've been brought up 40, 50 years ago, when you started cricket, it was all about talking to the opposition after the game. That's what we know, from
That's correct.
senior cricket. Even trying to ensure that the youngsters on the league games are meeting the opposition, having a soft.
We've got lots of friends over the years, and lots of clubs that ask us for regular fixtures because they like the way we play. They like the fact that it's serious to a certain extent,
Of course,
but not.
yes.
But it's not the be all and end all.
No,
say.
no, absolutely, yes. I think that's commendable, and certainly the cricket I play is you are expected to walk if you've hit the ball. It's obviously non-competitive. It's competitive, but non-league cricket in that respect. But just a little bit then about the England set up and what you've been doing with Peter Ryder. If you could just tell us a little bit about the book that you've produced with Peter.
Okay, so first of all, I know Peter from Shenfield, my Saturday club. Shenfield are a First Division Essex League club, and Peter was the president when I first joined the club. He then left, and through Roy Smith, I've met Peter a couple of times. Obviously, I've done a couple of games for England previously, but Roy Smith said to me one day that Peter was looking for someone to help him with his administration.
Yes.
Because he felt that he had far too much to do and he needed to offload some of it. And Roy felt that I'd be the ideal candidate. So I spoke to Peter. Peter then offered me the job, which I accepted. And then 2 weeks later he told me it was all voluntary. But I'm still here.
And you produced a booklet.
That's correct. It's called the 50-50s Journal. And it's about the England Over-50s first 50 games, starting with its inception in 2016, right through until the current season, pre-World Cup. It's a good read. I enjoyed writing it. There's lots of facts that I found out about the team, the history, the players. It wasn't. I wouldn't say it was stressful. It was therapeutic in some ways. Just sitting there and reading stuff I didn't know about.
Wonderful.
And putting pen to paper.
It's like Maria continues, a little bit more flight. Just taking an inside edge, there's no run there. Yes, I would imagine it is, and you've actually been able to sell a few copies, which have gone into the coffers for the World Cup. This is all self-funded, of course, by you're here, self-funded, as are all the volunteers who are helping England with this, the players, the management.
Don't forget people to buy a copy, because it does help the England team. You can buy it online. Just look up the 50-50s journal, and you should get it from all reputable booksellers, and a few bad ones as well.
Excellent. No, just the single there for Ahmed as he played that to long on, as England slowly chased down the 221 required. A little bit of a hush around the ground now as we're in the sort of final phase of the game here, I suspect. Just cut away from Smith. Not a lot of pace on the ball there to do that. He normally hits through the line of the ball, but there is a long on, long off, deep mid wicket, deep extra. So just the four fielders out. We're in obviously the and that's got Zimbabwe just pinned out to that 4 to Smith, who moves on to 40.
44.
So he's moved on to 44. Sorry, the internet's just taking a little bit of time to catch up on the play cricket being used here. We're grateful to Apare, who are live streaming the game to you with 3 cameras here. Got 2 on the towers, 1 behind the sight screen, rather precariously perched. I have to say health and safety in the UK might not allow that, but he's under the umbrella, and there's a fixed camera under an umbrella at the other end, and then a fixed camera, or a roving camera I should say, at the commentary box end. So great coverage here from the organisers and the host nation, Sri Lanka. Now Hugh, I know you're busy doing the book as well, which is commendable, and trying to think and speak. Do you have, and I'm going to ask you a couple of questions here as we go towards the end, a cricketing idol from when you were young, that you would be able to
Vivian
leverage
Richards, without a shadow of a doubt.
Sorry?
Isaac Vivian Richards.
Yep. Not a bad player.
Absolutely wonderful.
And why?
I first saw him in '75 in the World Cup at Lords. Manchester Wengler ticket in those days.
That's cut by Ahmed. That's going to go to the boundary. So certainly I think Richard Jarvis was looking to catch that, but it just raced away. It's very quick on the outfield here. It's another 4 to the total now. It takes them, England, on to 200, and a good line.
Laws,
yes.
And also Clyde, but probably an West Indian, Gordon Greenwich.
Oh yes.
I remember
It's
first
gone up
seeing
in the air.
him.
This looks as though it could be safe. Sorry. I thought Zimbabwe had a wicket there, but no, that's just find the gap between 3 players. 2 more to the score whilst you're doing your book. So
Gordon Greenwich,
Greenwich, yes.
and when he started playing with Barry Richards.
Oh yes, yes.
I remember that in the early '70s
At Hampshire.
at Hampshire. Although I was born in London and live in Essex,
4 runs there to Ahmed as he's cut that off the back foot. Beautiful shot there through the extra cover region. Looked in complete control there. Another nice shot by Ahmed there as he moves on. 33 of 25 so far. An excellent innings so far. Sorry, you were saying Gordon Greenwich.
So although I was born in London and live in Essex, Hampshire's always been my club. Essex is now close second. But it was them two mainly who just had a fascination for watching them when I was younger.
Yes.
It got me involved.
That's going to be another 4 from Ahmed there, as he's just very nonchalantly played that onto the onside. And that's another 4 to the total, takes him up to 214. So not far off the Zimbabwe total now. And you're in good company as well, because Hampshire are also my team as well.
Oh, good.
And that's pulled. Could be a catch. No, it's a great diving save there on the right by the Zimbabwe fielder. Great at mid-wicket. End of the over. So that's the end of Emmeline Kuhn's over. Could be 215 for 2 or 35 overs. So still 10 overs to go. And I used to watch the great Barry Richards and Gordon Greenwich at Mays Bounty, and in Hampshire. And I used to watch them actually by going out of school when I was about 8 at lunchtime, because it was right opposite my. But it looks as though it's going to be safe. So it's just a single there to Ahmed. Got a top edge. He was very lucky there. Didn't go to the mid-wicket region, which is where Gavin Lindsay is. But it was Richard Jarvis in the end who picked that up from long on. So England 216 for 2. One more to Roy Smith's total. Takes him on to 45 of 61 balls.
Do you ever go over to Hampshire these days?
I haven't seen Hampshire play for a long time, actually, since they moved to the Rose Bowl. Unfortunately, I used to watch them when they played at. Do you remember Dean Park? Was it Dean Park in Bournemouth? At the the ground there in Bournemouth. That was a lovely spot to watch cricket. It was very close to the action, like Mays Bounty. But since they moved from the outgrounds to the Rose Bowl, sadly, I just don't fancy doing the trip down there. But anyway, well bowled fight for Vagmaria. Saw Ahmed coming down. But I don't know what your thoughts are, Hugh, on county cricket, and particular Hampshire, your county. But there's lots of question marks, aren't there, about whether it will survive the 4-day game in England.
Yeah,
Oh, and he's bowled him. So he's got his first wicket, Darshan Vagmaria. Ahmed's bowled for a very good innings of, was it 39 or 30 balls? So very good innings from Nasir Ahmed there, just acknowledging the bowler bowled a very good ball, which was lovely to see. So England lose their third wicket, 217 for 2. 221 is the score that they require. Was it 223? 2-2-1. I'm getting hand gestures here. 217 for 3. As he comes off. From the crowd here. Good crowd here on the bank. And the new batsman coming in is Charlie Knightley. Left-handed batsman. plays for or represents Essex, Master in Charge of Sport at Felsted School in Essex, and normally bats quite high for Essex in the over 50s county championship. And how have you found it in the scoring, Hugh?
Yeah, the scoring has been great. I'm doing the manual scoring just to make sure that if anything goes wrong, as has done today, where we lost power right across the island today, I've actually got a physical record of what's going on.
Yes.
And between myself, Alan Jones, the England scorer, and Chris Mays, the live streamer, and all-round good egg, who's also taking pictures and all sorts of multitasking, we seem to be working well.
Knightley's off the mark there. Just push that nicely to the offside for 1 run. Yes, so we seem to have an abundance of excellent scorers. 1 run to Knightley, and that is the end of the over. Little conference in the middle there between Charlie Knightley and Roy Smith, both Essex boys.
They're probably talking about finishing it this over. Things I only need.
I suspect Roy Smith saying, "Let me have the strike because I want to hit a 6." He's on 45. Charlie Knightley is on strike. No, he's not that sort of player, Roy Smith. He's very astute and aware of the situation. So England just need to do the job here. Just a little change in the field here, just looking to bring some of the players in to save the single to Knightley.
Here we go. A little tap there from Knightley. Just eyeing up the bowler there. Looking around the field, seeing where he might try and finish the game. A little bit quicker that time, and there's a little tickle there, and that's gone for 4 runs. In fact, it's gone for 5 wides. And ladies and gentlemen, that is that. The game is over, and England are comfortable winners by 7 wickets.
Good game. Handshakes being done in the middle there. A very impressive batting display by England there. No false alarms, and players got some minutes in the middle, but an equally excellent performance by Zimbabwe, who batted and set a good total of 220, but England run out the winner by 7 wickets. So Hugh, it's been a pleasure having you on, and hopefully we'll hear a little bit more from you, and we can continue the conversation of Hampshire and club cricket in England.
Yeah, we missed out on the county championship. We'll talk about that next time.
We'll talk about that next time. But from us, we'll bid you farewell, I should say.
Or adieu.
Or adieu, and we'll see you at the next game if you can tune in. Thanks very much for having us.
Well done, mate.